Maybe in order to understand mankind, we have to look at the word itself. Basically, it's made up of two separate words, mank and eind. What do these words even mean? It's a mystery, and that's why so is mankind. I'll bet that if you were a cowboy and you were dragging a man behind your horse out of revenge, it'd really tick you off if you turned around and saw that he was reading a magazine. I've always thought that if you're robbing a bank and your pants fall down, I think it's okay to laugh and to let the hostages laugh too, because, come on, life's funny. If you go flying back through time and you see somebody else flying forward into the future, it's probably best to avoid eye contact. And to me, boxing is really like ballet, except there's no music, no choreography, and the dancers are beating on each other. These are just some things I wanted to share. My name is KJ Osborne, and I want to welcome you, yes, you, to the show. Come on, get in here. Don't be shy. It's okay. Welcome back. Guys, thank you so much for checking out the show, being with me on this Saturday afternoon. KJ's What Happened YouTube channel. Always a pleasure. I look forward to these shows every week, man. I love hanging out with you guys. I love sharing what I find. And just thank you for even caring. Thanks for being here. I really appreciate you. Hope you had a great week. Boy, the siren's already kicking in. Here comes the loony bin. They're always looking for Chubbs. And I've mentioned he's got a little bag packed, and it's always right next to the door, just in case. But so far, we've been able to evade him, so that's a good thing. Hey, Tamara, thank you so much for being here, of course. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for being with us last night. Oh, by the way, if you didn't know, I did a live show last night. Hope you're able to check it out. Really interesting topic, I believe, and a lot of different videos to go over. So we had a good time last night. Thanks for being there if you were there. And don't forget, I dropped a brand new video yesterday also. So it was a busy day. But a brand new video dropped yesterday, so I hope you had a chance to see it, and thank you so much. I think that pretty much catches us up, man, so I think we're good to go. Already over halfway through July. I'm loving it. It's been hot. It's been hot. Spending a lot of time in the pool. I don't know about you guys. But you know what? Enough about me and the weather. Don't you get me started on the weather. The old man getting mad at the weather. We'll be all right. Hey, let's go ahead and start off with a couple headlines first. How's that sound? Here's one that's made huge news. A lot of people are commenting on this one. Officials urge people to stay inside from the U.S. Midwest to East Coast as toxic smoke from wildfires spreads. Never seen anything like this until the last few years, you know? And of course, especially under that thing we called Biden's administration, they were always blaming the CC, the 33, the climate change. But you know how that works. Problem, reaction, solution, right? So we get this. Either way, it's getting really, really crazy, and a lot of people are starting to question whether, this is just the smoke from the wildfires, or is there something else mixed in there, if you know what I mean? Because people are getting sick. Like, I got more stories on that today. President Trump addressed the nation to release declassified election intelligence. There's one for you if you want to go check that out. I guess he released, I didn't go look at it, but a lot of files, and they're available to the public over on the government website, I assume. And with proof, which we know, man. We know. So it's pretty wild, really, putting it all out there like that. And it implicates a lot of people, a lot of groups. So we'll see if something comes of it. We'll see if anything comes of it. But I thought it's pretty crazy where we're at. Two of the major networks in America refused to actually run this, and there's probably others that didn't either. But yeah, they didn't even want to, love him or hate him. It's like this is the president of the United States of the United States, and people need to hear what's going on. They need to have access to that. and they can discern for themselves. The companies were like, "Oh, we don't really trust what he says." Hello? Oh, you mean a president's being deceitful? Get out of here. U.S. wireless carrier Verizon to sell 274 stores and lay off another 500 corporate employees. So Verizon's getting hit with it. Have you noticed the increase in hostility toward the return of Jesus coming from the church? Oh yeah, this has been a big one. It says, according to a report from Harbinger's Daily, a troubling trend is developing in some Christian congregations where believers who eagerly anticipate the return of Jesus Christ face ridicule and opposition from within their own faith communities. Yes, this has been huge. I see it. I get it in my comments too. Anytime I mention harpazo, snatching away, Jesus coming for his bride, I mean, it angers some people, man. You already know. That's why I don't like to get in arguments and debates. I've already discussed all that. In a recent column, Jan Markle highlights the experiences of a woman who contacted her after encountering significant resistance in her church. The woman described an environment increasingly dismissive of those watching for Christ's imminent return, a development that echoes biblical warnings about scoffers arising in the last days. Despite clear signs of the times intensifying around the world, certain churches appear to push back against eschatological expectancy. Markel recounts the derogatory labels applied to prophecy-focused believers. End times Eddie, apocalyptic Anita, or doom and gloom June, right? Here comes doom and gloom June, womp, womp, womp. She notes the painful irony, writing that while mockers were predicted, it's still hurtful. Column details how the woman's church promotes the idea of experiencing heaven on earth, in quotes, in the present age, questioning the urgency of the rapture. This perspective stems from Kingdom Now theology, also known as dominionism, which suggests that Christians should focus on renovating and improving the current world to establish Christ's kingdom before his return. Markle pushes back firmly against this notion, emphasizing the broken state of the world. She describes Earth as a sinking Titanic, marked by rampant crime, lawlessness, ongoing wars, family breakdowns, societal chaos. Until all things are made new, all things will remain broken, she asserts, underscoring that true renewal awaits Jesus' reign. Yeah, I'm with you on that. But no, yeah, there's a lot of opposition, big division on that. Unfortunately, I'm seeing in the church. Woke churches now serving up rainbow-colored communion bread. Is there a video? I guess not. Okay, we get it. Okay. Oh boy. Ring can now send licensed security guards to your home if you spot something on your video doorbell. Well, we already know. I mean, that could be used for good and bad, I'm sure. So we'll watch the videos when they start appearing online, right? Official issued chilling warning over unusual uptick of giant toxic jellyfish invading New England beaches. Have you ever been stung by a jellyfish? I have. So when I lived in Maui, and we went surfing on the east side of the island. Hana is the place. It's called just Hana. Really beautiful little place. Crazy drive getting out there. Scary. I mean, hundreds of feet drops, and it's loopy and crazy. You can go online and look it up. The Road to Hana is what it's called. But we were out there one time surfing, and me and one of my buddies was out pretty far, and then we saw everybody yelling at us to come in, and we saw a resort putting up, like caution signs like that, like a jellyfish in the area signs and all this. So just as we started, my other friend was a little ahead of me, so he got in quicker than I did. But as I started going, sure enough, man, I started feeling it, just like stings, like electric jolts, it felt like every time. And it was all over my forearms, and that made me just go faster as much as I could. But anyway, by the time I got out, I just had like all these red, stringy blisters all over me, man. And it hurt. It was mainly on the arms. And that's where I learned that I didn't have anyone do this for me, but that's where I learned that you pee on it. That's what you do. You pee on it, and apparently it takes the sting out. And, I won't go all through the specifics, but anyway, eventually I went in and went through with it. It works. So in case you're wondering, according to a report from Daily Mail, massive lion's mane jellyfish with tentacles stretching up to 120 feet long, have invaded beaches across New England, appearing in unusually large numbers and raising concerns among coastal communities and beachgoers. These impressive yet hazardous creatures are among the largest jellyfish species in the world, have been spotted in significant swarms from Massachusetts North Shore down to Cape Cod and Nantucket, with some sightings extending northward into Maine. Local operators and residents have described the influx as overwhelming, with thousands of them washing into marshes and along shorelines with the tides. Wow, there you go. Crazy. 21-year-old Indiana teacher had a bright future until she preyed on a 14-year-old boy, sending daily naughty photos and horrifying, messages. And there she is. And it's over and over again. I always, immediately it's like that darn Jezebel spirit running loose. But this is just, it's a trend. It's a thing. It's happening all the time. And it's almost always, like an obviously physically attractive young lady. And oftentimes they have children and husbands, but they cannot keep their hands off the children, some of them. It's a thing. I did a video compilation probably back in like 2013 of just news clips of all that stuff, happening even back then. So it's been a thing, Christian politician convicted of hate speech for biblical views in Finland now has electronic travel authorization canceled. What the? According to a report from Christian Post, which drew from Christian Today coverage, Finnish member of parliament Pavi Räsänen has had her electronic travel authorization to the United Kingdom abruptly canceled, raising fresh concerns about restrictions on freedom of expression for those holding traditional Christian beliefs. The 66-year-old Finnish Minister of the Interior, known for her outspoken defense of biblical views on marriage and sexuality, learned of the cancellation after initial approval of her ETA application. ETAs are mandatory for visa-exempt travelers entering the UK, including those merely transiting through its airports. She revealed that authorities provided no detailed explanation for the decision. Cancellation has cast uncertainty over her scheduled trip to Northern Ireland in August, where she planned to address a conference and visit Parliament. All right. Let's stop there. We got it. We get it. It's unfortunate, my friend, but there is a growing hostility towards Christianity openly. I see the trends. Hey, have you ever seen a rattlesnake drink water? Well, you're about to. Giving rattlesnake a drink of water in 110-degree heat. I just thought this is really cool. What do you think? That rattle. Wow. Ooh, that look. That look. Pulling back for a strike. No, he just wants some water.
I got him to drink. Okay, the rest is mine. Look at that.
It's cool, huh? I don't know. I mean, I love the idea there. I don't know if I'd want to get that close to it myself, but that's me. Not a big fan of snakes. Before we continue quickly, I got to say, whoev, whatev, thank you so much. Says, have any of you noticed the uptick frequency of premonitions, telepathic occurrences lately? Specifically, I'd say over the past few weeks, a month. It's been undeniable here on my end. I noticed the erasure of deja vu a while ago. This seems new. Interesting, whoev. Thank you for that. I'm sure people are, hopefully they're answering that. And also, Sigato, man, Sigato1290. Thank you so very much for your generosity. And I appreciate the memberships there, man, very much. So would you, I mean, I would do it, I think. I think he had it right. He's probably further away from it than it seemed, so that's really cool. That's a way to do it, you know? Let's check this out from Willie Simmons, and we're on TikTok.
Hey, family. I just made this video today out my window. And tell me, if you look at my video that I made, that I think it was titled, Blessed Are Your Eyes for You See. And I was taking pictures of the trees. Now tell me, y'all, is this not the same thing that was in my backyard in the tree that I took? This is from the channel here. But look at this. Y'all, it's the same image. It's the same image, okay? Anyway, stay blessed.
I'll see if I can find that video real quick, but he had just filmed something in his tree higher up the night before. And then there was that. So now I guess it's further on in, but that's Willie Simmons 082 on TikTok.
We all feel it, don't we? All of us. We all know something's wrong. We all know that something is off, whether you're religious or not, whether you're paying attention or not. Every one of us knows that something is wrong with the way life is going. People need to wake up. People need to realize that this is not just funsies for these people. It's not just another shirt that they wear. There is a reason behind all of it. When do you remember just the average Joe throwing up these signs on a Tuesday before he went to his 9 to 5? Everything that we are watching is happening for a reason. We live in Satan's world, and it's time that people start waking up. It's time that people start realizing that this is not just play for them. This is real life worship for them. This is happening right now. As we live and breathe, we are watching the manifestation of demonic presence take over our world, just like God told us it would. And yet people still don't want to listen. Everywhere you turn on social media now, there's account after account after account of somebody seeing a demonic face in another human being. Stop ignoring it and start realizing that Satan and hell exist. Do not waste your eternity just because you think this stuff is silly. We all feel it, don't we? All of it.
It's a good message. I like the urgency in it. Yes, that was a really good catch on LeBron. Whoever caught that one, that shift on him. White vans snatching away homeless folks. Austin, Texas.
Americans, or the 3 million homeless. What are we going to do? What are we going to do?
Send them to camps, probably.
I shudder to think of what their solution is going to be. When I see a really nasty homeless guy, I sometimes think that guy needs a vax.
Well, you know what I think? Have you been paying attention to the homeless people disappearing? They're happening all the city, especially in Texas, Houston, Austin. They're disappearing, man. And a lot of people are saying these white vans are coming, picking them up, taking them out. Nobody sees them again.
Do you know where they're going? Are they going to FEMA camps?
People are saying, is it hunting parties for the elite? Are they being taken off camps?
I was hoping that they showed some clips on this of people talking about seeing those out there. That's what I was assuming. But that has been a thing. There's videos out there. You can go on TikTok, I'm sure, and find some people talking about seeing these vans out there and people going, bye-bye. U.S. Warhawk Lindsey Graham passed away suddenly 24 hours after meeting Zelensky in Kiev. Passed away after following a sudden and brief illness. Lindsey Graham. You know what I thought? Just looking at this when I first saw this clip, it made me think of a movie that came out a while back. Okay, I guess I'll have to ask you guys. What's the name of that Seth Rogen and James Franco movie where they went to take out Kim Jong-un. Remember that? Thanks, Justin. There was that movie, it's a comedy from many years ago, probably 10 years ago or more. The Interview. Cool, thanks, Sigato. That's it, y'all. The Interview. Do you know what I'm talking about now? Let's see. The Interview. Let me see if they have what I'm thinking of. No, gosh, come on. Anyway, I guess I'll just tell you. But in that movie, there was a part where one of them was going to try to take out Kim Jong-un. They were meeting him, and they had given him this thing to put on his palm. It was like a poison, like a one-way poison. It would stick on his palm, and whatever, like he'd shake his hand, and it immediately would just transfer over, right? It was, I guess, the idea, and it turned out to be some comedy of errors, you know. But anyway, that's what it made me think of, man. It's like there's just simple handshake within 24 hours. Oh, I didn't mean to move that. It was just talking about the heat, but within 24 hours, right? The planet's strongest heat dome will develop over the Intermountain West and plains into next week. This will produce rare levels of heat up to around 110 degrees in Idaho, Wyoming, Montana, and the Dakotas. On Sunday, Billings, Montana could be hotter than Phoenix. Now, what's really bad about that, what I understand, is a lot of these states up here, they don't even have AC. You know, it's like they don't need it. That's my understanding. Some of these states up north don't even have like built-in AC in a lot of the homes and things. So could be wrong, but hey, maybe some of you are from those areas. Let me know. If not now, but later in the messages, please. But yeah, this whole heat dome thing that's funny to me is, I remember when there weren't heat domes every summer, and that was just probably right around the beginning of that so-called Biden administration. Right around there, it was like, we were still having somewhat normal summers. I'm telling you, and then I've noticed the switch. I keep an eye on this stuff. I have some time on my hands to look at the weather, but and also I always want to know what days are nice enough where I can just open the windows, open the doors, just let the air flow through. I love that. It's my favorite, But anyway, enough about me. But the heat dome, now it's all the time. Like this week, they're saying we're going to have triple-digit weather where I'm at. Lindsey Graham, it says, at least they used a good photo of me, judge me by my enemies. Oh, this is because this is from Iran. They've been putting these things out there. Sooner or later, your heads will roll, which is very interesting because we know it's part of what's coming for many people. The heads are going to roll. But there we go. So it'll be interesting to see if these two end up. I don't know if that would be a thing, but we'll see. Irish police under fire for refusing to identify reported asylum seekers sought in America in American mother's murder. Irish police have yet to publicly name a suspect or provide a description of the individual they're seeking. Is he talking about it here? Yeah.
If you have details of who you want to question, that should be on every channel, every station, every newspaper, sent out in every radio station, because people's lives are at risk. That manhunt, that potential man is on, the killer is on the run. He's a fugitive. So my appeal to the American citizens when I watch this, don't come to Ireland. It's not safe. Yeah, like how could you class Ireland as a safe country when they don't even release the identity of an individual who was wanted in question relating to it, the death of one of your own citizens? It's very disheartening. The Irish public are upset about it, but at the end of the day, the man got a head start. He's out of the country. Do I believe they'll ever find him? I find it very unlikely. Well, hopefully they do, but at the end of the day, now they're relying on overseas police to do their job. That's that, their job was to a manhunt for with no identity. You couldn't script it. There's legal texture around it, there must be, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what nationality or colour of anyone's skin is. If like any functioning society in a first world country, if a citizen has been brutally murdered or is believed to have been brutally murdered, and they're looking for someone in relation to question on that, He could be on the train, he could be on the bus, he could be in a taxi, he could be walking past your school. And yet, the Irish government sat back and done absolutely nothing.
All right, I'll stop there. We get the idea. I actually cover a lot of that, what's happening out there on Monday's shows, because it's crazy. It's getting out of control. There's even, I think it's out there, but there's a small village. It's just like, I don't know how many, 1,000 people or something. It's like a real small village out there, and they just built housing for all these, military-aged, quote, asylum seekers. And they're going to fill these barracks with them in this little town. It's like going to outnumber the people. But, I'm sure it's all going to work out just fine. This man has a Bluetooth vibration plate that you stand on. It'll make sense when you see it.
It's one of the craziest technology glitches that I have ever heard of. This is a vibration plate. You stand on it and it vibrates and it has Bluetooth. I wake up at 1 a.m. to this thing saying Bluetooth device connected. And I look at my phone, my Bluetooth is not on, so I don't know who's connected to it, but I was like, yeah, sometimes random people can connect to your device, that's normal. But what I heard was not normal. This was not music. This was not a phone call. I heard two people talking to each other in the same room next to their phone. Like, I could tell that this wasn't a phone call, and the phone was sitting down and they were talking, and I could hear them both through their phone as background sound. Like, how is that possible through Bluetooth? Like, this shit is so creepy. I'm gonna try to get a video of it, but I'm telling you, I don't understand how this is possible. See, you can hear the people.
I hate bitches like this. He won't like that.
See? There's multiple people having a conversation and I'm hearing it through their phone. This isn't a phone call. How is that possible, you guys? Like, this is a serious glitch.
So apparently what's happening with these vibration plates is they have a built-in speaker that doubles as a Bluetooth audio receiver / speaker. It can connect to nearby phones even if your Bluetooth is off. So if you have neighbors that are within range, they can accidentally connect to your Bluetooth device, and it'll sound like eavesdropping because it's a one-way communication.
That's wild. I don't know. Any of you have? I didn't even know about those vibration plates. But by chance, if one of you all have one, let us know if you start hearing conversations. How weird. I mean, somebody with a really good brain, a brain I don't have, but a brain for stuff like that, I'm sure could figure out how to manipulate that in a really horrible way, right? But let's hope not. But I'm just saying, there's real criminal masterminds out there. This family checked into an Airbnb in San Diego, California. They look at this well, and there's a large picture of people at the beach. The dad looks at it and says, "It looks like me." Okay, yeah, here it is. This is a really weird one. Love it, though. I mean, it's not Twilight Zone or anything exactly, but it's pretty good. Maybe Outer Limits.
Okay, guys, the weirdest thing happened. We get to our Airbnb in San Diego.
It's unsettling.
And we're like
random Airbnb,
looking through it, no connections to it. We're looking at this picture, and my dad is like, "This looks like me." And I'm like, "Oh, Dad, what?" "No, this is my dad. That's my sister, Libby, when she was 10 years ago. And that's Brady, my brother, 10 years ago." He is they're literally in the Airbnb picture.
We have those swimsuits. We are literally in this picture.
It's the craziest thing.
We are on our Airbnb wall.
It's crazy. This can't be real. No, guys, we think this is crazy.
We are actually spiraling.
So this is obviously very wild, and a lot of people have opinions on what this could be. And let's just take a look at the comments. People say it's CERN. People say I change it out for every new guest. Other people say they've had something similar happen. But what are the actual odds of this happening to you? And according to this, it is extremely, extremely low, almost impossible for something like this to happen to you. For you to go to an Airbnb, show up and have this on the wall of your family, you'd be looking at 1 in tens or hundreds of millions for a random booking. So 1 in hundreds of millions is so low that we can't even really comprehend that. Pretty wild.
Yeah, that is wild. So, right? Isn't that weird? I'd almost, I mean, if that was my family, wouldn't you want the picture? I'd see if I could buy the picture or something. But then how many copies of it do they have? And is it in every room? Wait, that's the B&B. My bad. It's not a hotel. That's what I was thinking for a second. Okay, another potential Mandela effect. Remember months ago when people argued about the missing K in the Chick-fil-A branding, saying it had previously been CHICKFILA. The K has returned after CERN shut down. Well, that's the claim. You decide, as always. Let's turn it down a little.
What is going on here, guys? The K came back. It came back. Look at his drink. The K came back. Now, I was there before and it left and it came back. People are saying it has something to do with those 4 letters. And the first letter starts with a C. Something is going on out here, guys, and things are changing and going back and going back and changing and going back and going back and going back and changing. Yo, first of all, the K has always been there. Then the K left, and it made people think that the K was never there. Now the K is back. What is going on out here, guys? And based on this, I'm starting to think that we are living in the Matrix. People are saying that we're living in a simulation. If they could change that, then that would mean nothing is real anymore, bro. Because how is that possible? Why does the K come and go like that? Everywhere. Like everywhere, even on the restaurants. Something is going on out here, guys, ever since they turned that machine off. So just imagine when they turn it back on. I used to argue with people that it was always CHICK, right? And now those people that said it was CHIC is now arguing with me saying it's always been CHICK. Something is going on out here, guys, and I can't explain it. That's all I'm saying, bro. Not just playing around, guys. Entertainment purposes only.
Yeah, they have to say that over there. TikTok is real strict, man. They're real. They censor a lot. I showed on show, I think, last night that I've had a video up over there. I've been trying to upload for a couple weeks, and it's, quote, still under review. And they say it usually takes just 12 hours. So, okay, I get it, TikTok. It's the second one of mine I've tried to put up there where they do that. So I've got 1 or 2. I got 2 videos up over there right now. Demoralization. See what this young lady is observing. See if you agree.
Ideological subversion is the process. You can see it with your own eyes.
My bad. I didn't realize. I thought it was like this lady was going to give us a speech. Now we'll follow. It looks like we're going to see this young lady change.
Ideological subversion is the process. You can see it with your own eyes. It's a great brainwashing process which goes very slow, and it's divided in 4 basic stages. The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. Why that many years? Because this is the minimum number of years which requires to educate 1 generation of students in the country of your enemy, exposed to the ideology of the enemy. In other words, Marxism-Leninism ideology is being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values of Americanism, American patriotism. The result you can see. Most of the people who graduated in the 60s, dropouts or half-baked intellectuals, are now occupying the positions of power in the government, civil service, business, mass media, educational system. You are stuck with them. You cannot get rid of them. They are contaminated. They are programmed to think and react to certain stimuli in a certain pattern. You cannot change their mind, even if you expose them to authentic information, even if you prove that white is white and black is black. You still cannot change the basic perception and the logic of behavior.
That's deep. I like that. That was a really nice transition. But of course, that's for entertainment purposes only. Oh, Yuri Bezmenov's Ghost. This is good. I'm going to have to follow.
Ideological subversion is...
I included a clip of his in the scariest movie ever 2020. Yeah, you can find some good clips from him online, laying out what was coming for America, and interesting. You decide. This one is kind of a cult classic. I'm glad I found it again. It's on Brock Riddick's X page. Really is a cult classic. Look at this one. There's a couple from back in the day on Elvis appearing to do some shifting. It's the old cameras too.
About to accept the medallion of life from the little girl. He's going to lean in, give her a kiss. Everything seems pretty normal up until this point. You'll see some pictures here in a moment, but then about here, things get a little strange. So now we're going to go through a series of pictures where you see the little girl have a range of emotions, and then right about here, she sees something wrong as he pulls away. What does she see? Well, we're all about to see it for ourselves as he stands up and looks at the camera right here. What's weird is somehow the guy holding the microphone misses this part, but here very soon he's going to notice something that is amiss. I think that'll be right about here. And he looks a little disturbed. After seeing this, he quickly walks away and then acts like nothing ever happened.
Look at that.
Look at his face.
It's like a clown face.
Yikes. You also see a couple of Elvis's men seeing everything as it happens. One of them steps in front of the camera. The other man goes directly for the eye that was just melting. Here we go again, in real time. See Elvis's guy step in front of the camera right here. Then the other guy goes right for the eye. He saw exactly what happened.
Still weird.
It's the only way to explain him going right onto the eye. Now you start to see some other weirdness around Elvis's face. Looks like he's getting holes around his eyes. Now, people will tell you, no, those were just dark circles under his eyes.
They look like clown makeup to me, but wow. Yeah, I told you, it's a cult classic. You decide. Good one, though, from Brock. Thanks, Brock. Appreciate the cult classics. Says, what's going on lately? This chilling video was captured in a nightclub where witnesses recorded an unidentified individual acting in a way that's left the internet completely divided. All right. Let's do this.
People are talking about right now that there is an outbreak. Is there truth behind it? Well, take a look at this video. This was captured by an unidentified individual coming out of a club. Literally, the club was cleared, and all because of this person thing being freaked out. But look closely at him. Something's wrong. But what is it? Some are saying werewolf. Some are saying zombie. Some are saying maybe it's just drugs. You decide for yourself. Take a look at this footage. Comment below.
Steve! Yeah.
Should we see more? Of course, it could be them doing something for a viral, whatever, clicks, movie. There has been a lot of that cosplay. Man, I need to put that together too, actually, because, yeah. They're really just getting, we talked about some of it last night on the show, how they're getting people just used to these things by cosplaying a lot of these weird things like Jewel, or what was it called? Was it Jules? Yeah, Jules. The UFO movie a while back. UFO crashes in a guy's yard and alien befriends the guy. So, but they had that person dressed up like the alien going out in public and, filming him on the subway. And, we know it's fake, but I mean, on another level, it really is just kind of associating it, getting people used to this idea, seeing these things walking amongst us. That's the way I see that. Low key, Michelle Lamy, cruising around on a boat with a little one, performing some kind of ritual with a bunch of demonic-looking souls. Some say she's the high priestess of Hollywood. That's weird. There was one video I showed you guys where she touched a little one, and then she sniffed her fingers and licked them. Do you guys remember that? I know. I'm just saying, it's weird. Makes you wonder, like, what's going on, you know? I don't know. I don't know, but it's interesting. It makes one wonder. I like to wonder. See what she says.
With our mortgages, our cars, our credit cards, da 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 da. Think about it like this. Anything that is under the old central banking system, the central bank system, Federal Reserve system, anything that was created in their system, and this goes for your 401ks, which are a scam. Anything that is in that system will go away. Why? As this gal, Melissa asked, well, why would they do that? Why would they pay off? If you go over to my poster, we see, why would they pay? Why is there going to be a one-time debt forgiveness? Well, just a simple, obvious thought is because the old system is no longer operating. So all of our numbers, all of our accounting is all done in that system. It's no longer working. We are going to a new system, a completely new benevolent quantum world. So now we are going to, they'll have the one-time debt forgiveness. Don't know when, don't know how, don't know what. So don't ask. But it is currently going on. It's been going on actively for 3 or 4 years. I personally know about a dozen people that have had their mortgages, bankruptcies, credit cards, whatever it is, zeroed out. They go to pay their car payment or whatever, and there's nothing there. There's no one to contact. No one knows nothing. Okay. So they gradually have been testing out the system, and gradually, because think about it, if everybody just had all of their, everything just happened, you woke up in the morning and the entire world has no debt, all this is going on, you have to use new way of doing that stuff, it would literally create total panic and chaos. So that's why this is it's painful for those of us that have been alerted to this knowledge, 6 years ago, and not understanding all of this timing wise, and it's been very difficult. But it is going to happen. Don't know when. I feel like we're in the thick of it. August is insane energies.
Insane energies. It's a bit of the new age stuff, but some interesting things maybe to extract from that, perhaps, if that's true. I've heard that kind of stuff before. There's this coming time, when the system changes, all debts will be forgiven. Who knows? Maybe they will. Maybe that's one of the ways they'll entice people into accepting, UBI, universal income, and everything that goes with it. I don't know, but we shall see, perhaps. This might be one of the coolest things I've seen in a long time, this lady says, or this person says. I don't know if it's a lady or a guy. But this really is cool. The old school ways, the way they used to build things are so sturdy and strong and lasted forever. You already know there's a term called planned obsolescence. It's like pretty much every company now is guilty of it. And they just build things that last a certain amount of time. So they're kind of expected to break down. So that, of course, you'll keep coming back to the company and giving them money for more. So there we go. 2026, y'all.
So who knows what this thing is? If anyone is vaguely familiar with anything vintage, they'll readily recognize it as a partio cart. For those that don't know what a partio cart is, it is a 1 year only production item by GE that featured a charcoal grill and electric rotisserie on one side, and the other side was a 240 volt oven, automatic temp sensing griddle,
and burners. Now, the thing that sets this apart is that it looks like it's unused, which is exactly what it is. This is a new old stock 70-year-old unit that has never been plugged in or turned on. There's the original Partio Cart warranty, instructions for how to remove the door. Stickers are still inside the oven. And the burners. Look at that. Original manual. There's the original warranty card that has never been filled out or sent in.
Whoa. That's awesome.
Sources say there's only about 900 of these things built. How many of them were new old stock in condition like this is probably the only one. There's the accessory clock, and here is the power outlet and a switch under here for turning on the rotisseries. Charcoal side.
That's so cool.
Here's the stickers showing instructions on how to use it. Here is the ashtray for this, the charcoal side. Obviously, nothing hot or any ash has ever been inside of that. The handles for raising and lowering, you just turn these and it raises and lowers the charcoal grate inside. Original 240 volt power cord. Cool. It's never been unwrapped. I'm not even going to pull it out of there. I don't want to disturb it anymore than this already has, which is
good man.
Minimal. These side pieces are actually, they just fold over so the countertops fold down. The original canvas cover, waterproof cover is right there. And these things come with an umbrella. Here is the cover for the umbrella and the original unit still in its original plastic packaging. I have not taken this out. I'm sure someone's going to want to see it all put together, but as of right now, I am not going to disturb this. But that's the original old yellow plastic wrapper on that umbrella that fits dead center of this right here. Probably the only one in existence. And I figured, take a look. Let's do it. What's like underneath? See that? That's underneath this thing. Wheels, tires. Truly a museum piece.
That's a work of art. It's beautiful. Look at that. It's so cool. I wonder, of course, I'm sure a lot of y'all were wondering, I wonder what that goes for. What would you offer? You know, if you were to pay, if you wanted to buy that, what would you offer? If it was for sale, what would be your offer? It says, and when this girl was lying, oh man, here's a very strange one. Very strange. It says, and when this girl was lying on her bed, this thing appeared in front of her suddenly and began to dance. It'll make sense in a second, but this is weird. It's the way it looks. I'm not sure what it is, but.
What is that?
Out.
What is that?
So there you go. That's a weird one. I've never personally seen an insect do something like that, but you tell me. Some people said it might have been an earwig. I saw that. I'm not sure. I don't know much about earwigs. A social media influencer walked into a small town grocery store and reacted as if she'd stumbled upon a crime scene. Yeah, so this is a bit of our doom break here. Yeah, social media influencer goes into a small town, little country store. And, I'm from one of those kind of areas, been in tons of those. I got family that used to run stores up north in a different city, and just like that, little country stores. Loved it. Love it. You know what I mean? Still do. Personally, right? But I guess this is a city girl, and she's got some kind of a following online. So she goes in and starts mocking the place. And then after that, you'll see something else happens.
Our groceries for the next 4 days. This is so small town vibes. It's not even funny. I have a feeling this is not going to be good news. We don't even have a car. This is a simulation. Oh shit. Here we go, I guess. While she's grabbing that. Do you need a melon? I'm just sitting here laughing. I'm just sitting here laughing. Their fruit does not look good. Like, all their fruit looks bad. I just looked at Lauren, she's like, I'm stressed out. I'm mad at Sam's. Sam's Club and I are not friends. Oh, they threw in a bag of stupid. Guys, this is not good. Maybe.
We're in this tiny shack of a town, and we're gonna go get groceries and see if we can get enough for 4 days. Oh my gosh, it's tiny. This is their fruit section. It's old and musty. I think this is the only baked beans they have. I feel like I'm in a simulation. People shop here. Some goldfish for my kids. How are we gonna find enough food? This is meat. I'm scared of it. Is this even real? So we have tri-tip or sausages. This is crazy. Oh my god, this is the most out-of-body experience I've ever had. This is so small town, it's not even funny. All of this looks bad. Ew. 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 How do people shop here? How is the building standing up? This is the only buttered popcorn. It's just feeling cheap in here.
All right. Good one, boys. Good one. When the rich city girls go to the little country store. It says, ladies, did you know that some grocery stores in Finland have a pink basket? That means, I'll let her explain.
I'm in a grocery store in Finland right now, and I've never seen anything like this. Okay, they have these pink baskets, and it's not just special because they're pink. It's because this kori is basket, sinku is single. So it's a single basket that if you would like to find love at the grocery store, you can walk around with a pink basket, and maybe that's how you find a husband. So in Finland, you don't have to, go out to the bar or the club to meet someone. You can just use a pink basket at the grocery store. Isn't that so funny? Oh my gosh. I'm in a...
I don't know. What do you think? Kind of genius or too much? Insane? What do you think? What are your thoughts? Kid created his very own language called Creekage so he could talk with his friends. Man, look at this little genius here. I mean, this little genius. Watch.
This is a language I created over a year ago called Creekage that I made up with my friends while we were hanging out in PE. Because we needed a language to speak to each other with personally, and I needed a language for my book.
Gotcha.
So I decided that I could knock two birds out with one stone, so I created this. It's inspired by Chinese symbols and Egyptian hieroglyphics.
Okay. That's kind of like a paragraph you wrote in the language, which is pretty cool.
Yeah. This is the AM project.
Uh-huh.
And what this says is, it's not finished yet, but what this says is the All-Mother is a bird-like creature that lives in an underground continent. Ooh, we need to retake that. We need to retake that.
It's good.
This is a language I created over a year ago called Creek.
I love to see that, because we see enough of the videos of some of the young ones being totally programmed out of their minds, can't read, can't write. Then we get this little genius coming along. I love it. anytime I find videos like that of the young ones just going above and beyond, I'll definitely share. Los Angeles Police Department is ending its contract with the flock cameras over civil liberties and civil rights concerns.
That it helps them in tracking down suspects involved in a crime. Now, some people in the community like that surveillance. Others say that it violates their privacy. LAPD says that concern is what led to its decision.
Well, this contract's not being renewed because of serious concerns around civil liberty and civil rights issues, particularly around privacy and the data that's being collected from these cameras. So the LAPD had to make a difficult decision of continuing, in this case, discontinuing using flock services until we can get those data privacy, security, and sharing concerns ironed out through a contractual relationship.
All right. We'll see it when we believe it. I mean, LA would be the last city ever, I would think, that would drop the surveillance with all the shenanigans they keep pulling off out there. So we'll see. I can't let you get close. I think this was a crazy freak out on an airplane here. And yeah, there's a lot of these. I don't even share them all the time just because sometimes they're, you know, a little bit too much, you know, with getting the hands on each other and things. So there's a lot of that though. But people are still spazzing out on airplanes.
Oh my God, the whole fucking plane.
I want to see what he did in the beginning there. Here it is. Yeek. So yeah, awkward, right? Freaky though, for real. All joking aside, there've been a lot of different videos, and I've shared some of people seeming to be, you know, possessed on some of these airplanes. I'm gonna play that one on Monday.
There are big realms, spiritual realms. There's good, there's evil, and they are slugging it out for the souls of mankind. And my question is, why are we even important? Little old flawed humanity, why are we important in that process? And I think there's bigger things at play here. It's not linear. It's hard to understand. So it's got to be put in a framework where you answer a few other questions as well. And you have to juxtapose the event itself against everything else so that it makes some kind of sense in a bigger picture, which is a hard thing to do. And it took my brother and I and a guy called Randall Wallace, took us 6-7 years to write it. I regard the Gospels as history. It's verifiable history. Some people say, oh, it's a fairy tale. He never existed, but he did. There are other accounts, verifiable historical accounts outside the biblical ones that also bear this up. Who gets back up 3 days later after he gets murdered in public under his own power? Buddha didn't do that shit.
Right.
You know, so all the evangelists, the apostles who went out there, every single one of those guys died rather than deny their belief. And nobody dies for a lie. Nobody.
Right.
So that's part of what I'm doing. It's like showing nobody dies for a lie. As a child, one accepts things on faith because, you know, you're raised by people who are nice to you and they believe it. I was born into a Catholic family. I'm very Christian in my beliefs, you know. So I do actually believe this stuff to the full. And my dad was a pretty smart guy. He was like Mensa smart, you know, like real smart. Back in 1968, he won Jeopardy. And then they brought all the Jeopardy winners back. And he played all the winners and he beat all of them too. So he had a mind like a steel trap. His memory was practically photographic. As a child, you learn these things and you accept them on faith. And I still have that faith, but as I got older, I came to it through intellect and through reading and putting things together in accounts. And then occurrences. I mean, just recently they verified the Shroud of Turin. It depicts a first century Hebrew male because the hairstyle was from the first century. That he was about 6 feet tall. Thorns, the hands, the feet, the pollens that they found in the cloth were from that region. Also, the weave was a first century weave, but they have now verified that it does actually go back to that time period.
They don't know what caused the image itself and how that technology would have even been available.
It wasn't, no.
A couple thousand years ago.
An intense light. I mean,
yeah.
Atomic.
Interesting, right? Love it. It's so cool hearing Mel just talk about his faith and all the stories and all the things he knows. I mean, he reads a lot and is just a wealth of knowledge on things. So I need to go back and watch that whole interview sometime because I've just seen clips. I like to go see the whole thing. Auto manufacturers are now engineering cars in a way that if you break one small thing, it's going to be a huge ordeal. This is nuts. It's kind of more of that planned obsolescence, but kind of on steroids in a way.
You can't just buy the door handle. You have to buy the entire door panel.
They are literally building these cars so that you throw them away when they break. Literally, just throw them away when they break. Don't replace it. Don't fix it. Just throw it away. So I'm installing a camera system, and I messed up. Somehow I got myself locked. So basically, the door was shut. I pulled on it really hard. Door opens. But as you can tell, I broke this. Just a little plastic piece, I broke it. I mean, no biggie, no biggie. I'll look online. Can't find it. I understand it's a newer car. This is 23. It's called the dealer. So the guy on the phone was like, he spent like 10 minutes. He actually had to call me back. Calls me back and says, actually, we can't just get the door handle. I'm like, what do you mean you can't just get the door handle? You have to order the entire door panel. He even said it comes with a new window switch. And then I realized, because I took the dang thing back off, he's not kidding. They've molded the plastic around it. You cannot get this off. You cannot get that out. I get, like, this should never break, right? But how many times have you replaced a window switch in a car? It gets wet with water. What are you going to tell me I need a whole new door panel? It's only a cool $525.
Just like how Apple has soldered all of the components together so that if you try to repair the iPhone, you break all the parts inside, that's what car manufacturers are now doing. Just like televisions, washing machines, vacuum cleaners, there used to be repairmen and businesses that used to exist for things. There's a reason they want legislation requiring us to take our vehicles to the dealership. The dealership is going to price gouge us on the parts and the labor.
This girl is right. Major vehicle manufacturers in America want legislation that will mandate you go into their dealerships to get repairs done on your own vehicles. And if you...
All right. Yeah, more of that planned obsolescence. Just getting crazier with that. It always makes me think of that, car graveyard, they call it over there at NASA. Y'all can look this one up if you haven't seen it. But they have tons of cars, like a whole lot, just filled with all different kinds of vehicles. But all of them, I think, are under, 90, like 1990 and under. Maybe it's lower than that. Y'all could, set me straight on that. I'm not sure what that is. But none of them have computers. They're all easy to fix. It's one of those kind of things. Just in case, right? But it's sending a message, just the fact that it's there, especially alongside with NASA, right? So it's interesting. Let's check this out. This military policeman has started a discussion. Oh, man, this is a nice one. This military policeman has started a discussion about men's mental health after he broke down in tears after being gifted a rose by a random man. This is just a sweet gesture, and then check out what happens.
How you guys doing, man? I'm good. I want to leave you guys a rose, bro. Yes, sir. Thank you guys for your service, man. Of course. What's your name, bro? I'm Rashawn. So nice to meet you. Yours? It's a note for you, brother. All right? God bless, man. God bless you. Have a good one, all right? Pleasure, man. Of course.
the same time, hiding all of our sins from the daylight, running from the daylight, running from the daylight. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time.
How you guys doing, man? I'm good. I want to leave you guys a rose, bro.
Building appears in the sky in China. Look at that. I guess there's no audio. It's weird.
Друзья, всем привет, дядя на связи. Хочу сейчас маленечко рассказать. У нас позавчера произошла просто вообще нереальная ситуация на берегу Катуни.
I want to see that again, though. A mirror effect? I don't know. Isn't there a term? I know it's not always supernatural when they see these things, but sometimes it is. I think it is. I guess there's more on here. Let's check it out.
Хочу сейчас маленечко рассказать. У нас позавчера произошла просто вообще нереальная ситуация на берегу Катуни. Вот здесь сидели, отдыхали. И смотрите, какая штука. Вот видите, да, вон тот берег. В общем, на том берегу поднялся шар в небо. Потом упал в Катунь. Потом опять поднялся, опять упал. По диагонали оттуда сюда поплыл в нашу сторону. Приплыл, 3 минуты стоял, на нас смотрел, потом отплыл обратно и уплыл вон туда, дальше по реке Катуни. Сейчас дальше вы увидите этот шар, и эксперты, пишите свое мнение, что это такое. Мы лично верим, что это инопланетная какая-то движуха, а мне интересно знать, что думаете вы. Может быть, это просто мы были сильно пьяны, а может быть, что-то на Алтае существует.
Она что-то движется. Мы с Натахой в панике. Он то взлетит, то сядет. И он там движется на нас. Там кто говорит, если что.
Слушай, просто почему он оттуда, почему его не понесло туда?
Ты видишь, он остановился выплывать дальше. На одном месте шарашит.
Просто течение все плывет вот туда. Почему его туда не унесло? Он оттуда был, там был. Что это?
Может быть, течением куда-то прибило в любом случае. Он как будто выскакивает из воды. Я насматерилась. Хотела видео отправить родственникам. Ты что вообще?
It's a good catch. Those orbs have been showing up all over the world. Ones look metallic. That's what's dipping into the water.
Ну, это отвел. Просто что это такое? Но это же не воздушный шарик.
Он улетел, причем с той стороны, с того берега. Мне кажется, сказать, за камень он хотел смотреть, что это такое.
It's just chilling. Just above the water. It looks golden-ish. It's a nice little collection here. Good one. Good stuff. From UFO Mania. Their OG YouTube channel I've been subbed to myself. Always been putting out cool videos, interesting videos. World stage is Satan's greatest deception. Most Christians don't see it. Oh, wait. I'll see if we may have seen this in last week. I'll stop if we did.
The biggest blocks that is keeping people from understanding what is actually going on in this world, how this world is really ran and operated, is they don't understand the world stage. They don't understand just in a general sense what that even means. And for the church, I think that's rooted in the fact that the church today doesn't even want to acknowledge the spiritual realm. They don't want to talk about it. Churches are not teaching on it. They're not preaching on it. And the average Christian is sticking their head in the sand with so many things, but especially with that. They don't want to acknowledge the spiritual realm. I see it all the time in my comment sections. They don't even want to talk about Satan. And because of that, they don't understand the physicality of the spiritual realm. You know, the Bible tells us that Satan is the god of this world, lowercase g, of course, but Satan is the god of this world. The Bible tells us that Satan runs and controls this world. That means that all of the worldly institutions are ran and controlled by Satan. Our government, obviously, the media, our school systems, healthcare systems, our churches, they are ran and controlled by Satan. Now I have to be censored with this video, so just bear with me. But I did a video yesterday, and after about 30 minutes, it got taken down. If you have not seen it, go watch it, because this is an important topic that people need to understand, because I see so much confusion out there lately, and people are just running with what certain people are saying, and they don't understand that they are a part of the world stage. Now, Satan is the master deceiver. He is literally the father of lies. Nobody does it better. So if he runs and controls all of the worldly institutions, if he runs and controls our school systems, our media, our government, all of that, then all of that is designed to lead you away from God. All of that is designed to lead you astray, to deceive you. Now think about modern media, okay? We're not talking just about Fox News. We're not just talking about MSNBC, Newsmax. That's the typical media, right? That obviously is controlled. And if you still watch those and think that you are actually getting the truth, please open your eyes. You are getting a narrative. That is a part of the problem. A lot of those people, these news anchors, they're not even fully human. Modern media is also social media. Modern media is also podcasts. You know, podcasts that a lot of y'all listen to, big podcasts with big names, and you think that they are there exposing truth. This is a part of the great deception that is coming. There's a reason that so many people are talking about Jesus on big platforms. There is a reason why so many celebrities are all of a sudden becoming Christian and talking about their faith. Remember, Satan masquerades as an angel of light. That means that Satan masquerades as a Christian, as a godly person. Satan is going to use we have been lied to about everything. He is going to use that, and he is going to weaponize it. He is going to take advantage of it in these last moments, because the world is awakening, which they are allowing the world to awaken, right? To that fact, to everything evil, every deception of this world. They are allowing the world to see that, because they want the world to be in a position to cry out for redemption from it. They are positioning the world to want a liberator. They are positioning the world to want the truth. And when the man of sin, the Antichrist, steps out, he will offer solutions. All
right, I'll go and stop there. Won't play the whole thing, but you can check it out on her channel, Ashley Hayes. YouTube. Says, Mom, Dad, I want to be a welder. Gen Z is increasingly turning to trade schools, that's wonderful, in hopes of future-proofing their careers against AI. But getting their parents and peers on board can be a challenge. Quack, quack, quack. I guess, yeah, we read some. Let's see. At the edge of a parking lot in the Arkansas Delta, LaDonna Glass slipped off her work boots and exchanged them for a pair of rainbow Crocs. Glass, 23, had just finished her shift as an electrician apprentice in a veterinary school building. I don't want to get in all this. It'd be one of those, like an editorial. All right, but we get it. And actually, I think that's like a really smart move, personally. I'm Gen Z, and where I grew up, at our high school, we had trade schools you could sign up for. Agriculture and like mechanics, all kinds of stuff. New 2026 lawsuit shows companies, including Fortune 500 companies, are using an AI software that automatically filters out job applicants based on personal information. Oh boy. That's no bueno.
Hey, the reason you got rejected. If you've been applying to any corporate jobs lately, the reason you got rejected or never even received a response is far crazier than you ever could have thought. A lawsuit just exposed Eightfold AI, the company Microsoft and many other giants use to score your application. And in that lawsuit, they're saying that Eightfold AI is not doing what we all thought, which was just kind of processing your application and giving you a little score. They're actually taking all the data they can find about you, your location history, your web searches, your social
Yes, I meant Gen X. I said Gen Z. It was a total brain fart. Sorry about that. I am a Gen X. I'm certainly not Gen Z. So sorry about that. Thanks for pointing that out. I totally missed that.
Files, combining all of it and giving you a score 0 out of 5. And if you have a low one, they're not ever going to look at you. So yeah, now we have a social credit score for applications. Pretty cool, right?
Social credit for job applications is indeed here, and this AI is being used by Microsoft, PayPal, Morgan Stanley, Starbucks, Chevron, and a bunch more Fortune 500 companies, and I'm sure it's being used by a lot more. So it's generating a match score or a likelihood of success based on all the data points. Low-scoring candidates are often automatically filtered out before any human at the company actually sees their application. So as you can imagine, this is a huge problem. So what kind of data does it collect? Well, everything. It gets your social media profiles, it gets your location and history data, internet activity, including web searches, it gets third-party tracking data, up to 1.5 billion plus data points. So it is literally capturing everything that you do and then secretly reporting that and generating a score to a potential employer. This sounds so illegal. So there's no transparency or recourse. The people that filed the lawsuit claim that no one is notified, given a chance to review or correct any of the data. No one's informed of the adverse events. So yeah, this should definitely be banned.
Right. It's very interesting. Again, just another example of how AI infiltrating, really taking over certain areas, parts of industries. Latest says the singer said these record execs told him that he couldn't mention the name Jesus. Oh boy. Check this out. He's calling him out. Or actually, instead, I think he just starts singing. You'll see. But apparently, that's the deal. He's actually in the meeting. The singer's right there in the meeting, says these record execs told him that he couldn't mention the name Jesus if they signed him. And then he put them on camera and responded by singing the gospel.
What a beautiful name it is. What a beautiful name it is. The name of Jesus Christ, my King. What a beautiful name it is. Nothing compares to this. What a beautiful name it is. The name of Jesus.
Yeah, thank you. Well done. Yeah. All right, thank you. Thank you. Yep.
There you go. I think that's cool. Good job, man. There you go. Why not? They're going to be that way about it. And you pray for them too, right? Don't hate them. Pray for those folks. Police in Houston, Texas are panicking and have started an immediate investigation as citizens continue to take out the flocks all across the city. Oh boy.
Map, this is a flock camera. Well, it used to be. If you take a little bit of a closer look, you can tell it looks like it's been cut down. And the camera itself, it's nowhere to be found. Growing distaste for flock cameras is manifesting in Harris County two ways. Through public means.
Having flock in Harris County makes us less safe. It puts all our county's residents' lives at risk of mass surveillance.
And vandalism.
That there was no rhyme or reason to where these cameras were placed. The county essentially allowed flock to take over our streets by placing ALRPRs anywhere they pleased.
Eyewitness News has found at least half a dozen flock cameras cut down across Harris County. Houston police saying so far no one has been arrested, but they are investigating. The destruction comes as county commissioners voted unanimously Thursday to amend their contract with Flock, not to restrict Flock, but to ensure the device is available for use countywide. The cameras collect information and can be accessed by agencies who have contracts with the company, like law enforcement. Experts tell ABC 13 public distaste for the cameras is growing nationwide, along with concerns for mass surveillance, privacy, and data sharing.
for many in society, they're looking at what the negative unintended consequences may be if this information gets leaked or someone uses it and finds itself in the wrong hands.
Flock saying on their website they do not sell data to third parties and that all searches are recorded. According to Flock's website, their product is different from traditional security cameras. While security cameras capture an area, Flock says their system uses machine learning to take clear photos of license plates and store it with a physical description of the cars.
Man, it's so creepy, right? Encroaching. Nobody asked for this. Seems like overnight. Boom, right? Now all of a sudden, all these communities are starting to get these installed. Okay, tell me what this one is. They were recording, and this is Andrew Tate up front here, right? The big G, which is the top G Mason. He's a Mason. I've shown you guys that, plenty of information on that. Anyway, so he's just kind of a, he's a tool they use. Okay, so I look beyond him. But the real question is, why is there a dude in the background with no head? And just take a look here, and we'll play it a couple times.
Advantage that the house has is they go second. You go first, which means that a lot of people go over, you bust, you go over 21 before they have to pull out cards. But there is a strategy to blackjack. There is perfect mathematics, which if you play, you can get the house edge down to like 0.6%. It's the best game in the house besides Baccarat. The Baccarat's only for the Chinese. So unless you're going to have slanted eyes, and end up paying the blackjack. This is gambling knowledge. I'm telling you, that's how it works. So you gotta look at the card they have showing, you gotta look at your card, and you have to decide if you hit the stick depending on the probability that they bust. Unless you're Chinese.
Or, for you, Nigel, try to get 22. If you can.
Are they going to film the guy? Let's see. I guess that makes it more authentic. There he is. See? Look at that right there. And then you get it at the very end. But look. And everyone's just walking around normal, like it's not noticing anything. Just carrying on. So, what are we looking at here? Wasn't there a little bit in the very beginning? Yeah, there's some in the beginning here too.
Advantage that.
What I'll do is I'll just run it real slow. We'll see how slow we can slow it down. Oh crap. I didn't mean to do that. Let's do this. Playback speed. All right, we're going to play it slow, turn off the audio, and watch. That is so crazy. And he's got hands. So you can see hands. Oh, and it's like he's at the table. That lady's looking right at him. He's got his phone in his hand, looks like. But no head. Everything else seems normal. Totally normal. A man build with hands, holding something. He's holding his phone there a moment ago. There it is. But no head. And it's, to me, clearly it's like the main focus is Andrew Tate. And then just watching people in the background, nobody's reacting or acting weird. So maybe to them, they all see the full person. That's what I was wondering. And then on camera, for whatever reason, the head doesn't show up. I don't know. One possibility. You guys tell me what your thoughts are. Now we'll go to the end here. You still can see him right there. Yeah, so he's still right there, just over that guy's shoulder the whole time. And then back here, we get a really good shot of it. Here it comes. Right there, like a profile. Let me look at what you guys are saying. Can't stand Andrew yeah. KJ, come on, man. Hey, I'm just showing you the video. You decide. I don't know. It's interesting. It makes you wonder. I'm not saying I believe it or not. Got to think, put it out there at least. Where else are you going to get to see this kind of stuff? Come on. Like I always say, use your own logic, reason, common sense, critical thinking, spiritual discernment. And sometimes we get tricked. Sometimes there's AI. Sometimes there's whatever, but still, we still show it. Artificial intelligence can now recreate your fingerprint using only a photo. That's not freaky at all, is it?
I'm wearing gloves for this one, and I'm gonna need you to stay with me because AI can now steal fingerprints from a photo taken from 5 feet away, 10 feet away, and it could still recover about half the print. This isn't theoretical. In China, a researcher did a live demonstration on TV, and in 2025, criminals tried to use a photo that someone posted to get into the smart lock on their home. Now, I know what you're thinking. How do I delete this app? I'm right there with you. But good news, this would have to be a highly targeted attack. So your brunch selfie, probably fine. Also, the quality of the photo, the blur, the lighting, all of that's important. But if you notice peace signs, thumbs up, and the little hearts going into retirement, now you know why.
This is real. Here's the article. People were actually able to do this. The program they used showed fingerprint ridges becoming visible after the image was enhanced with photo editing software and artificial intelligence tools. According to China Newsweek, a professor at the university said that portrait photos taken with high-quality cameras could make it possible to reconstruct hand details from this peace sign pose. And take a look at this. According to this news station, someone posted a photograph online last July which had this finger pose. Criminals reportedly downloaded the image and used his fingerprint in an attempt to unlock the smart lock on his home, but the attempt was stopped in real time. In another case covered by the news, an employee used a company attendance system to collect a colleague's fingerprints and then make silicone fingerprint covers. He then used these in a burglary and stole $85,000. So this is possible. You can get somebody's fingerprint, do something like this, and then enter their home or use them in a burglary. So this is like some Gone in 60 Seconds type stuff. It is very sketchy, and there are a lot more sites saying that this is possible, stealing people's biometric data via AI and then using them in burglaries. So this is pretty concerning.
I'm reading.
That's interesting. Yep. Crazy. Some crazy stuff. Fingerprints even. That darn AI, I tell you, just keeps spreading into every area of life it can. Here's these are always really interesting to me. You guys have probably seen some of these on the show before, these masks. And I showed, actually I think last week we saw an example, and it was Temu. You could actually go and find these things. I'm not telling you to, I'm just saying you could, but look at all those. Look how real that looks. That too. It's like, get the hoodie up, no one's going to know. Let me go back here and just pause it on this where he showed all the different masks. Oops. Yeah, look at that. Oh, he's got a Joker. Imagine walking around wearing that creepy looking one with the mask. Or the mask with the mask. Travis Scott. Looks like. All right, there you go. Wild, wild stuff. Those things have really been popping up. I've been finding more and more over the last couple of years. I'll always show you a clip when I can. And that'd probably be something I could see people in the UK or Australia. There goes the loony bin again. Some of these real surveillance states are more surveillance state than America, but I don't know how long that's going to last. Whoa. Because it's certainly growing in America quickly as well. In Nepal, the school administration decided to cut down a large tree that was in the middle of the school so they could build a cafeteria. This is a really like a movie right here. And right after cutting it down, a group of students suffered from a hysterical condition, starting to faint, tremble, cry, and act in irrational ways. The local residents linked the incident to it being an angry spirit because of the tree being cut down, but the doctors diagnosed the cases as mass psychogenic illness. The incident occurred in a school in the Baktupar area, and this is just posted on the 13th, 5 days ago. I have to turn it down at first because it starts with a scream. freaky if it's massive demons attacking these children, or if they're all cursed. Look at them. Man, some wild stuff. Seriously, like this little guy at the end right here on the shaking like that. Like, dude, man, wow. Pray for him. Definitely got to keep those children in your prayers. That whole. But that's right out of a movie, out of a Stephen King novel. You know, it's a horror trope. At this point, a woman just received her very first paycheck as a doctor, and then she posted it online. The comments are all over the place. So yeah, this is young lady, first paycheck as a doctor, and I'll let her explain.
Hi, you guys. So it's currently, I think like 8:45, 8:41. I just got home from a shift, and I got my first residency paycheck. So I figured I'd come on here and open it with you guys. So here goes nothing, I guess. Let's see, they got all these whatchamacallits here. Okay, here we go. First look.
I hope you're hungry.
And
for nothing.
Okay. Okay, so gross earnings is $2,227.68. Net pay is $1,774.26. Not horrible. This is for 40 hours? I don't know how much this is for. Okay, so it has my hourly rate. My hourly rate is $39.78. I don't know how many hours this is for though, in total. So maybe I'll have to do some math or read the email that they sent. But yeah, this is kind of exciting. My first ever residency paycheck. And the only reason why it's hard copy is because we don't have anything set up yet. But yeah, see you guys next time.
Okay, there you go. It's interesting. I wouldn't know, how much they'd be making, but it's nice to hear. I'm sure it gets better. So somebody had reminded me of this during one of my live shows recently. They left a message in there. Can't remember who it was, so I had to go look it up after the show, and sure enough, here it is. This is actually a thing you can get on a Google Play or download on a App Store or whatever, but it's Meow Talk. I showed some videos in the past where people were using these kind of things. There was a couple videos out of China. I guess they have a technology out there where they use it too. So we weren't sure. I wasn't sure. Is this real? Is this some AI slop? I don't know. Real thing, though. It says, get fluent in meow. Meow Talk is the world's #1 science-backed and AI-powered cat translator app. Our mission is to help cat owners understand their cat's needs better and make sure their pets live the longest and happiest life possible. We use science and artificial intelligence to give cat owners the best tools available for understanding their cat's needs so that they can develop strong, meaningful bonds with their feline companions. Let's shape the future of cat-human communication together, one meow at a time. Hey, I'm not even kidding. I don't know, man. I don't really mess with a lot of AI. I'm not scared of it or anything, but I've used it here and there, Grok, here and there. But who knows, man? That might actually be funny. If I ever actually got that and used it with Chubbs, that'd be something I could put up on the members, for the members or whatever. So shout out to the members, of course. And all of you, thank you all for being here, man. I haven't even been looking as much at chat. Sorry. Focused on the show. But thank you all for being here. Pleasure to have you always. Thanks for sharing your precious time. Shout out to the members, of course. Tamara, always. Thank you, my friend. And subscribe, Star Fam. Love you guys, too. All right, guys. Thanks again, though. So, like I said, who knows? That might be something I'd do that, and then also put it up on Subscribestar. If I did that, I'd do it for I put it on the members and then Subscribestar probably. I'm always trying to think of a little something extra I can do for the folks. So, just thanks for your support, right? Anyway, so Meow Talk, there it goes. How it works. Meow Talk uses AI to intercept cat talk into 11 general meow intents or states of mind. Essentially, the app technology works like this. We created a proprietary AI-powered model and trained it on cat vocalizations collected and labeled by veterinarians during scientific research. AI analyzes sounds captured by your phone, recognizes cat meows, and interprets them into human language. Our technology is continuously improved by retraining it on the unique data set of over 260 million cat vocalizations that we've collected over the past few years. By the way, I'd also be putting up it free also over on, I'll do different ones, like I'd throw some up for my members and Subscribestar, but then I'll definitely be putting at least one up of Chubbs and me doing it if I do it, and I'd put up on KJ's What Happened for everybody. So don't fret that at all. I'd have to. That'd be the first one. Would be the one out on all my social media. If I ever did it, I don't know, man. I do pray about everything, so I'll have to pray about it first and just kind of see what goes. Let's see if we see some examples here of it. I guess maybe we do.
Play with me. Okay, we'll play later, honey. Over 20 million users from around the world have downloaded our Meow Talk app to translate their cats' meows, and many are saying that it's helped to strengthen their bonds with their feline friends. Well, go play. I'm here. Pet me. Okay, I'll pet you. The Meow Talk Cat Translator app has gained huge popularity among cat parents, with over 20 million downloads on the App Store and Google Play Store since its initial launch in November 2020. We've been featured in numerous popular news sources, including the New York Times, BBC, The Times, GeekWire, People, and many more.
By the way, I wouldn't be putting all my stock into this and believing, it's just, to me, it'd be a funny experiment just to see what happens.
Award-winning actress Kate Beckinsale shared in a viral Instagram post that Meow Talk helped her discover that her cat, Clive, has been calling her daddy. We have enjoyed seeing the thousands of posts from users all over the world sharing the funny, heartwarming, and sometimes adorably mean things that their cats have been saying.
Okay, then
And labeled by veterinarians.
I'm done with this corporate video, but let's go check out TikTok because I got to see an example. I mean, do you guys want to see an example of this? Are you good with this? Hope you're cool with this. We're still early on in the show. We got some time. Let's see here. Oops. Meow. Here we go. Meow Talk. Examples. See if that does it. Oh, just a bunch of random stuff. It looks like, okay, here's something, maybe.
Turn your old phone into a smart speaker for cats when you run Meow Talk on it in Meow Room mode. Here's my old iPhone 6S. It's over 5 years old, has a cracked screen. My kids don't even use it, but it runs Meow Talk just fine. I'm going to start the app, then switch to Meow Room mode through the profile screen. I'll set up the default listening location and then the default cat profile. I'll plug it into the wall with the USB charging cable, so I don't have to worry about the battery dying. I'm using generous amounts of sticky tack to secure it to the wall. When Meow Room picks up a meow in my kitchen, I'll get an alert on all my phones that are logged in with the same account. Never miss a meow again with Meow Room.
Mango? Mango?
Mongo, do you want to say something?
Come here.
Turn your old phone into a smart speaker for cats when you...
I don't know. That was one example, but okay, cool. I'll have to do this on my own time. Check some of those out. Meow Talk. Wow, Director Kash Patel's FBI has just fired 2 Atlanta area FBI analysts because they refused to participate in the Fulton County, Georgia 2020 election investigation. Jeepers. There you go. Good. Get them out now, I guess.
Investigation into the 2020 election is heating up. Thanks so much for joining us for the On the
Night. FBI agents are going through materials found today during a search of the Fulton County, Georgia election office. That search is said to be related to the 2020 election. Correspondent David Spont has details tonight. Good evening, David.
Brett, good evening. FBI agents are still on site at the records warehouse for the Fulton County, Georgia Board of Elections. The matter is sealed before a court, meaning details are limited, but we can report this is related to the 2020 presidential election. Sources tell Fox News that agents retrieved documents, phones, and computers after a judge signed a warrant. President Trump has long made Georgia, and specifically Fulton County, a target of his complaints relating to the 2020 election. Shortly after that election, Trump spoke to Georgia's Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger and said he needed 11,780 votes to win the state. At the time, Raffensperger said he felt pressure from Trump and denied any widespread election fraud. He continues to deny it to this day. Now, Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis brought state criminal charges against then former President Trump and others in 2023 for conspiracy to overturn the election. But her prosecution, Brett, was eventually derailed completely after it was revealed she had an intimate relationship with the top prosecutor on her team, and it could have tainted the case lately.
I'd say. All right, cool. Good to see some action. See some criminals get in trouble.
I work night shift in an assisted living facility. Do you want to see something creepy and weird?
And I'm always waiting.
I work night shift in an assisted living facility. Do you want to see something creepy and weird?
Remember that I love you. And I'm always waiting.
It's pretty creepy. Do you kind of understand what's going on there? There's a speaker there. I don't know if it's a whole... I don't know if it's like a radio back there or if it's just a speaker, but there's something back there, and it says, remember that I love you, and I'll always wait, but it's saying in a really scary voice.
Remember that I love you. And I'm always waiting.
I work night shift.
Right? Okay, we get it, lady. That is kind of freaky. It's not very comforting for the elderly.
Do
folk.
not take your kids to see this. This Minions.
Sorry.
And I know people go, it's innocent, it's cartoon. Not take your kids to see this. This Minions. And I know people go, it's innocent, it's cartoon. No, they are doing seance witchcraft on these movies now. And I want you to see this little clip. This is very serious. They're summoning a octopus devil on a pentagram on this cartoon. The pentagram's in the background. They're on the back, and they have all these candles, and this is the demon, the octopus devil, come up out of the witchcraft they were doing. So they go over here, and they start doing this witchcraft again throughout the movie on this for this cartoon. And they're summoning they're bringing forth, they're conjuring up this demonic witchcraft stuff. And they go, oh, it's innocence. No, it's not innocent. You're feeding your kids trash. Don't take your kids to see this. So, okay. You don't have to show them no more. It's evil.
All right. Thank you, Brandon Biggs. Official Brandon Biggs on TikTok. Not that he's an official, but you know what I mean. Says, this is a great hack for AI drive-thrus like Wendy's. Oh, yeah, this is kind of crazy. Check this out. I'm long past the years of doing these kind of stunts. We used to do dumb stuff like this all the time when we were younger, but nowadays, I'd say even that has changed. Social norms have changed so much that it'd be pretty dangerous nowadays to start jacking around with people too much in the drive-thrus.
Welcome to Wendy's. Would you like a spicy chicken or a big bacon classic Minions meal?
10,000 water cups.
No problem.
What can I get you? Hi, I'm picking up a mobile order.
Notice how quickly the worker came as soon as he ordered 10,000 water cups? This happens because the AI is trained to handle normal orders efficiently, and absurdly large requests like 10,000 of anything exceeds reasonable thresholds for inventory checks and pricing calculations. So the system detects it as low confidence and escalates it to a human to avoid errors. So this is a real hack. All you have to do is order 10,000 of anything, and it'll automatically redirect you to a human for now.
Isn't that something? I guess there's something to remember. If any of you end up doing that, please let us know how it works out for you. Or if you actually end up getting somehow 10,000 water cups. That'd be something. Man, here's a very kind of interesting one as well. Very futuristic. We're so close. This is where they make the robots and clones you see on TV presenting the news, politics, and movies, etc. Almost everything you see on TV is fake, is this person's claim. For entertainment purposes only, of course. But check this out.
看来我成功明确了你用你的力量打出新的可能性，我用我的和平让这些可能性开花结果。我们就是科技界的超级搭档。科学大多时候让人觉得高大上，但是我们也可以把它当成开心果，比如研究为什么香蕉皮让人滑倒，或者你给羊看一张照片，他会不会认得照片里的人？我相信，只要你们有好奇心，就可以发现更多的科学，成为伟大的科学家。
There you go. Not sure exactly, because sometimes they could take a clip from like Westworld or something and then title it something like this. Oh, we found a secret factory, but I don't know. This one kind of feels real. We already know they've got technology. I showed an MMA robot fight last night on last night's first ever. It was in China on last night's live show.
All of you who are
trying to communicate with spirits and UFOs are playing with fire. I don't know this guy's, I don't know if he knows Jesus or not, but again, I don't always just judge everybody. It's the information we seek. So, but I thought this was pretty interesting. Some of the things he's sharing here. See what you think.
Ouija boards and CE5 meditation and all these different methods to try to communicate with entities and bring them in front of you. What are you doing? Like, people, we don't understand these things. You're playing with forces that you don't understand. I don't care how much Aleister Crowley you've read or how many podcasts you've listened to or how many Stephen Greer interviews you've read where he says, oh, just summon interdimensional beings to you. They're all good. There's nothing bad that can happen. They're wrong. They're wrong. It's dangerous. And if you have a wife and children or a husband and kids, or you live with people, you have roommates, it is not fair to them for you to put them in this situation, because these things are not all good. And sometimes they latch on to you and they don't leave. They'll latch on to people around you. Look up the hitchhiker effect paranormal or Google something like that. It's too much to even explain. But these things don't always leave. They don't always leave. I don't know how many of you have had a true interaction with an interdimensional being. I have. I'm not going to get into the whole story because I'm not doing this for clicks and it's too much to even talk about, but it wasn't a good one. I didn't ask for it. It showed up at a very not good time in my life, and it only lasted a few seconds, and it was the scariest few seconds of my life, and I still remember just the terror and dread and just evil energy. I've never felt it since. Didn't feel it before that. Haven't felt it since. So I'm good. I am curious though. If I'm being honest, I know I'm just flipping up here, but I mean, I won't, because I talked to my wife about it. She said, no, you can't try to summon UFOs and spirits to the house. I don't really believe in it, but that's, if you successfully do that, that's probably not good. And she's probably right. But I am curious. I'm not going to, though, because it's a bad idea. And you probably shouldn't, too, because as much as you might think you understand, you don't. These things are unknowable. They exist outside of time and space.
But, it's so interesting because we see, we learn so much when we start realizing that you got to use discernment in this world, and you find truth, spiritual truth, in some of the strangest places, like in entertainment. So a lot of people in the world who don't get that, it's hard for them to perceive, but you know what I'm saying. And by that, I mean, even the way they're acting, even the way how he's talking, you have to kind of invite them in. If you're searching for them, they're frothing at the mouth to come in, because it's like vampires, like that whole thing, right? There has to be some kind of an invitation, right? In so many cases when dealing with these types of things, vampires just kind of putting that as a lump in with the demonic, whatever, all the different entities and creatures or whatever, right? But there's that aspect of it. So to think that there's people out here who are actively trying to channel these things and doing rituals to talk to these things, and ruh-roh, you're in a lot of trouble. You'll find out. It's definitely real.
If y'all want to know something, I am glad that there are so...
Now we're just watch a few minutes of this, because I think we were talking about it earlier a little bit about what time it is right now and a lot of the scoffing happening.
And I am glad that there are so many mockers and scoffers, because God is doing a few things with this right now. First and foremost, he is bringing awareness to this event. for people who would have otherwise never known what it was. People are opening their Bibles. They are reading Bible verses for the first time because they are looking up what the rapture even is. He is planting seeds. So whenever this event does happen, he will hopefully in that moment bring them to surrender. Secondly, y'all are fulfilling scripture. So I want to personally thank you because I get to sit back and watch the Bible be fulfilled. Y'all, God told us this would happen. He said in 2 Peter 3 verses 3 and 4 that in the last days scoffers will come, scoffing and following their own evil desires, saying, where is this coming that he promised? I also want to point out that this verse directly points to a pre-tribulation rapture because the Bible clearly tells us that the second coming of Jesus Christ, the physical return to this earth, every eye will see him. There will be no doubters. There will be no mockers. There will be no scoffers at the physical return of Jesus Christ. So what coming are they referencing? The third thing that I think is happening is God is exposing people. And this is multifaceted. I think there's a couple different levels. I think in the pre-tribulation camp, he is exposing where people's hearts are, where people's faith truly is. Is your faith truly in Christ or is it in an event? And then he's exposing the lukewarm Christians. I don't think I have to elaborate on that. And then he's also exposing the truly saved, those who are putting a smile on Satan's face right now, those who are saved, but they are letting the enemy in. And they are doing that by commenting the most vile things, the most disgusting things, and sad to say, but this is the truth. I am seeing more atrocious and disgusting behavior from the church than the world. And that says a lot. Some of y'all are putting a smile on Satan's face. Some of y'all have Satan applauding you. Now, I have a lot of brothers and sisters. I have a lot of comments coming my way saying, hey, you need to address the elephant in the room. You need to repent. You need to apologize. Y'all, I have nothing to apologize for because I never set a date. I never once said, I believe that Jesus will return on this specific day. I said that it was possible he could fulfill the Feast of Trumpets by returning for his bride because it is a feast he has yet to fulfill. I used words like could. It was possible. We need to be watchful. They are all accurate and still apply. If you did think that I set a date, then I want to gently remind you how important active listening is. When we are watching videos, we have to be actively listening so we don't just hear what we want to hear. See, what is happening is this group of mockers and scoffers are now lumping everybody together in one camp. So they're taking those out there who actually did set a date. They got on their platform and said Jesus will return on the 23rd, which I don't agree with. And that's why I didn't do it in case you missed it the first time. So they're taking that group of people and they're now lumping it together with anybody who is just being watchful, as we are called to do. Anybody who said, okay, it's a high watch time. Anybody who is delving into scripture, seeking him out, seeking out the word, being watchful, being vigilant. They are now lumping everybody together and just attacking anybody who believes in a pre-tribulation rapture. And it makes perfect sense because Satan hates the pre-tribulation rapture. He hates it. There's multiple examples of this where demons are actually manifested. They start screaming just at the conversation of the pre-trib rapture. But it also makes sense because as we get closer to the 7-year tribulation, as we get closer to the wrath of God being poured out, as we get closer to the body of Christ actually being removed, Satan is going to dig his heels in deeper. And it goes back to my last video where I mentioned that, y'all, this is something that people don't realize. Satan isn't attacking unbelievers right now. In these last seconds, because there's literally seconds left, he's attacking the church. He has unbelievers right where he wants them. He has the world in the palm of his hand. He doesn't need to deceive unbelievers.
All right, I'll stop there. About halfway through, but that's on Ashley's channel. Good message. I agree. I've seen it too. Huge divide. So I have the gift of... We don't get into the arguments over here in debates, and so often, like, don't even get me started. We already know, man, around it. I don't. We don't, man. It's like it's nasty, and don't throw your pearls to the swine. Don't get into these arguments and debates over these things. If these people can't learn to agree to disagree and be civil, and that's just from the beginning, not saying all of them, but a lot of the messages always come off very hateful, demeaning, things like that. Demons are walking amongst us, this man has learned. Let's check it out.
Discernment. And ever since I was little, I could always tell people's character. I always knew if somebody wasn't a good person, and I would just be like, something's not right with them. Something's off. You need to stay away. Don't date them. Something's not right. And every single time I was always right. God has just blessed me with that gift, which I am so grateful for. But recently, I feel as if he has heightened this gift to a whole new level. As of late, when I look at people, I can see the spirits on them. It is so different than like before. It was just like, something ain't right with them. But recently, it's completely different. It's like I am seeing people's true forms, meaning I am seeing people's demons on them. I am seeing people's spirits that are attached to them. I'm seeing if people are witches, if they are demons. Whatever spirit is on them, I'm seeing it. And instantly I'm knowing what this person is, what this person has, who this person is, if they're really not even human. Because this is gonna sound crazy, but we do not live in a regular world. I keep telling you guys, the spirit realm and the physical realm are interlinked. We see with physical eyes. Some people can see in the spiritual realm, but for majority, we see the physical and we don't see what's going on in the spiritual realm. But the spiritual realm is influencing the physical realm, and demons are walking amongst us. Demons are wearing human skins, walking around portraying to be human, when in actuality they aren't. There are witches, people who have lived for hundreds of years still roaming and walking amongst us. But people don't believe it. But aside from that, I'm seeing people's true forms. It's so crazy is the past few weeks, everywhere I have been going, I feel as if people are staring at me. I feel as if they are looking at me like, not in like a, oh, who's that? It's like a, what are you doing here? Or like a look of hate. Almost as if that spirit that is in them or on them sees me seeing them. It's almost like, oh, you see me seeing you. I see you seeing me. What are you doing here? And it's making me very uncomfortable. And I really do feel that they notice that I'm noticing them. And not every single person is a demon. Not everybody has a demon on them. Some people just have like a spirit of sadness. They have a spirit of fear. They have a spirit of brokenness that is on them. And I can just see it. And then others are tapped into some dark things. And I think a lot of them don't even realize that they have demons attached unless they're portraying to act like they don't know, but really they do know, if you know what I mean. But I'm just curious, anyone else with the gift of discernment, are you also experiencing a heightened sense in your discernment? Are you seeing people's demons and spirits on them?
And see, then that brings the question is, because I don't know where he's at with Jesus, but or his understanding of the gifts of the Holy Spirit, the whole casting out of spirits also, of demons, deliverance. So I wonder if that's part of it, or maybe he'll grow into it, I would wonder if that could be part of the path. So first he gets to see it. It's almost like that movie Frailty, only not rated R. Frailty is an awesome movie, I think. If you've ever seen it, it's right up our alley, if you will. It really is about the demons walking amongst us in the flesh, and this guy gets the gift. But he's got to take him out in a pretty brutal way. But yeah, Frailty, man, that's a fun one. It really is. All right, so we'll move on. But deliverance.
Did you know that there's a total of 9 demonic spirits in the Bible that God warns us about? These are the dark forces that roam around us day to day. Let's get into it. Number 1 is the unclean spirit. These are the types of spirits that oppress people physically, mentally, spiritually, and emotionally. In the book of Mark and Luke, Jesus often casts out unclean spirits from people. They cause compulsive behaviors, anxiety, depression. They torment and confuse and cause people to become sick. Number 2, and one of the most common spirits, a lying spirit. Spirits that confuse, lead people into false doctrine. 1 Kings 22:22 says this: a lying spirit volunteered to deceive King Ahab through false prophecy. Number 3, spirits of infirmity. These are the spirits responsible for chronic weakness or illness. Let's look at Luke 13:11. A woman was crippled by spirit of infirmity for 18 years. Number 4, and this is where it gets interesting, familiar spirits. Spirits that mimic loved ones or speak through psychics. They often gather personal information and manifest through occult practices. Look at Leviticus 19:31. Do not turn to mediums or seek what? Unfamiliar spirits, for you will be defiled by them. Number 5, and very common, the Jezebel spirit. Manipulation, seduction, control, rebellion, and spiritual intimidation. Here's the thing about Jezebel spirits. These spirits seek people who are walking with God. Because these spirits, the goal is to undermine spiritual authority, is to get people to fall for them. It's to get you to fall and be deceived by them. Number 6, spirits of divination. This is simply a counterfeit prophetic spirit. It can sound accurate, very accurate, but it's sourced from darkness. Open up to Acts 16:16. A slave girl had a spirit of divination, and that spirit could predict the future until Paul himself cast the spirit out. Number 7, the Legion. These are many spirits operating all together. In Mark 5, Jesus encounters a man possessed by this Legion spirit. It's one of the strongest because it's a multi-layered possession. Number 8, and you might have came across this, the deceiving and deluding spirits. Spirits who are sent as judgment to deceive people from the truth. 1 Timothy 4:1. Some will depart from the faith, giving heed to deceiving spirits. And last but not least, the principalities, the powers, and the rulers. These aren't demons in personal oppression sense. They are territorial and high-ranking spiritual entities. These are the spirits that directly work with Satan. They are in Satan's hierarchy. They rule over legions, cultures, or nations. Some of them are in the system. They carry spiritual authority. They spread evil ideologies, agendas. This is kind of referring to like a mass deception. Did you know that there's a total of 9 demonic spirits?
Good one, man. What a great breakdown. Thank you very much. Kiro Jitsu is his name.
Introducing the Liquid Death All Natural.
You know, I could do just a whole, video on all the different Liquid Death commercials and the weird occult promotions and straight up satanic promotions they've had. Anyway, here's one of the examples right here. And yeah, I probably will. I might as well because they keep coming out with them, man. They've been doing this for years. Liquid Death, I've never had it. It's water in a can. Oh, what a concept. But it's more. Like there's something dark going on with this crap. And this one actually is an older one. I think I meant to put up the newer one, but this is from 2023.
Steve-O Voodoo Doll. Hi, I'm Steve-O, and welcome to my first supernatural stunt with Liquid Death. Liquid Death is taking all of my hair and weaving it into real voodoo dolls of me for anybody to buy, and they've been activated by a real voodoo practitioner, a witch doctor. So whatever you want to do to these dolls, nasty or nice, pens, teeth, tongues, I'm gonna feel it all. It might be my last stunt ever.
Get the new Liquid Death all-natural Steve-O Voodoo Doll today. Finally, a toy that contains no plastic, just all-natural materials, including Steve-O's real hair. Each one is made by a real witch doctor. So order yours at liquiddeath.com/voodoo today. Hurry!
Yeah, they have a really intense one where the guy is straight up cursing the water. He's like a witch, I guess, a sorcerer, but he's cursing the water, goes through this whole ritual, and it's like a commercial. And I thought I'd put that one up, so I'll try to put it up for next time. Creepiest thing ever, this lady says. She always gets some good clips, I must say.
Where that lady went to pick up something off of Facebook Marketplace. She said she actually went to the person's house to pick it up. And the person lived on a farm out in the middle of nowhere, where she didn't have cell phone service or anything. So she pulls up and she's trying to get her internet to work. And she said the whole time there's a little girl staring at her from far away. Now, y'all, she took a video to send to her husband. Look at this. This is the little girl. She said she waved at her and stuff. The little girl didn't move. She just sat there and stared at her. Now, I'm not sure what this little girl was doing, but it looks terrifying. It almost looks like a doll, which is even creepier. Why do you have such a realistic child doll on your property, period? Now, she claims that it did move some, like it moved its arms and stuff, but the whole time it just stared at her. And throughout the entire video, it doesn't move at all. And it's all contorted. I don't know, y'all. What do you think? A lot of people are actually saying that this could be like a skinwalker, trying to act like a human.
Let's see if I can find the video. I just don't know how you'd title it. Little ghost girl on farm, maybe? It's all her. It's all her sharing the video. But where's the original? Oh.
What would you do if you came across something like this?
On Friday, the 17th of July 2026, a woman called Alana was driving to Maghull in Merseyside to pick something up from Facebook Marketplace. She drove in the middle of country roads to a house that was standing in the middle of nowhere by itself. As she got to the bottom of the driveway, she noticed something strange. There was a child, a little girl, watching her. What was strange was the position that the child was in. The child appeared to be stuck in some kind of position.
That's not the
Alana
child.
tried to speak to the child, but there was no response.
video.
The child was just looking at Alana.
The hands
and
backwards.
blinking. Just exactly what do you think could be going on here? Alana got a bad feeling, so she didn't even go to the house in the end. She just drove away. There's been so many theories to what exactly this could be. Could it be just a battery-operated doll that was blinking? Or could there be something much darker, much more...
I don't know, man. What do you think? That's pretty creepy.
Alana got a...
Hard to say, right? It's hard to say. See what your thoughts are. What do you think that could be? What's going on with that? You tell me. Oh, man, here's another thing with the cars. I'm telling you, it doesn't end. Keep finding crazier stuff with these new models.
They're not banning old cars. They're banning cars they can't track. Everyone's talking about right to repair, but they're just not connecting the dots. So you have the telematics control unit, or TCU, in the vehicle. That's what's allowing the data to be recorded and sold to insurance companies. I mean, that's what got GM sued. But since then, Ford has patented the technology to read your lips, look at your eye movement, run your face through a federal database. And that's not conspiracy. You can look that up. And then that's happening while the manufacturers are lobbying Congress to keep you away from your vehicle's electronics. You have Illinois, who just passed House Bill 4948 that says if you get 2 speeding tickets in the same year, you have to install a device in your car that tracks you for up to 3 years. And then here's the kicker. If you have a car that was made before 96, you don't have the port for that device. So either get a new car or get your license suspended. So they're spying on you, keeping you from your electronics, selling your data, and making it illegal for you to drive a vehicle that they can't monitor. I'm sorry, that's not about safety. That's about control and profit. So if you want out of their grips, I highly recommend getting into a good, reliable used car and then taking care of it. All of the maintenance, like basically anything you could do to keep this car on the road and keep you out of the new car trap. Call Make Car and I'll send...
All right, I think that's wise advice. Thanks, lady. Appreciate it. Somebody out here might actually use it. You never know. Dimitri Revolt. This guy's really good, I think. He's good at spotting symbols and understanding things. And says, I don't predict football. I decode patterns, symbols, and narratives. Here, the symbolism points to a succession between Messi and Yamal, the established GOAT. They love using that one. And the emerging figure. See through the code. Watch my series. Yeah, I don't know if I've got... I thought I posted another video on this whole situation, the weird kind of ritual that played out between Messi and Yamal. There's a picture of Messi as a younger player when Yamal was a child, like a baby, and they had a picture of them together. And now they're playing against each other, is what it is. Now that Yamal's all grown up, it's like 18 years later or whatever. He's all grown up playing soccer. Maybe he's 20. I have no idea. I don't watch any of this. But there's a weird thing going on there. And there's a whole lot of strange things that are connecting between those two. Yeah, they flash the Masonic symbol up there. Rituals. Here's the picture. 6. What's the difference? Yeah, he's good. He's real good. Dimitri. Thanks, Dimitri. So yeah, right. Some long-term Masonic ritual, it looks like, playing out with those two. That's what it looks like. And did you know about dinosaurs? Let's talk about dinosaurs. Check this out. You decide.
Let me be crystal clear. Every single dinosaur skeleton you see in a museum is fake. What they show you are casts and models, not real bones. The original bones, the remains of a certain flying beast that's been documented all throughout history, mentioned by every single ancient culture. Yeah, nigga dragons. The bones from previous resets and catastrophes and whatever other genetic monstrosities the civilization before us created in their eugenics labs are locked away, unavailable for independent research. Shocking, I know.
Didn't call them dinosaur, they called them dragon. The word dinosaur wasn't made up till 1841. It's a brand new word in the dictionary. I got some old dictionaries and looked for the word dinosaur. Even in 1891, the word was not in the dictionary. They called them dragons. Bible mentions dragons 34 times.
Dinosaurs were invented during the 19th century, at the same time that Darwinism was being promoted as the new account of life on Earth. The coincidence was deliberate, because the creation of enormous reptiles from imagined ages before mankind gave dramatic form to the theory of evolution. Without dinosaurs, the public would have struggled to imagine millions of years filled with anything meaningful.
Exactly. That's, it's more of a biblical timeline, and that's why I always have to just kind of roll the eyes if I'm reading something and they say, 20 million years ago, stop it, guys. Stop it, please. Dave Portnoy, famous guy. I actually subscribed to one of his channels where he tries different pizza from all around, different little pizza places. And I like those. It's like One Bite Review or something. They're short little videos. But that's the only thing I know about him, other than I know he's involved in it. He's a big business guy, and I can't remember the name of his company. He runs a couple companies. But anyway, enough about all that. But he says that he paid $10,000 for an AI clone to narrate his audiobook for him. And this was his experience with it.
To 2 hours a day. I'm like, I'll do an hour to 2 hours a day. By the end of it, I could only do 15 minutes because it was that hard for me to read it. I hated it. I tried to get out of it. I paid $10,000 to do AI. I had this AI program of it. You could never tell it wasn't me. It was dead on.
Really?
And they wouldn't let me use it.
Really? So you developed a program that sounded exactly
like my parents couldn't tell the difference.
And it could literally just scan the book and go word for word.
It was actually scary how it was dead on.
And it could have literally just done every single word in that book, but you're contractually obliged.
Yeah, and there's no way around it because I couldn't just deliver it, be like, here it is. Because they'd be like, well, when'd you record it? Because we record it. So, yeah, I was told you couldn't do it. That Audible or whoever, they're like, no, they don't let you do that. So I had to do it. I hated it. Hated it.
Eek. There you go. 10 grand even. Oof. Yeah, it's expensive. I tried to do, I've mentioned before, little animated movies I wanted to do called Tribulation Tales. These stories I was coming up with. And I mentioned, it gets expensive, man, and it's hard to do. For me, it was very hard to do. I certainly didn't master it. You got to be so specific, and I don't get that part on everything, and then sometimes you don't have to be, and then you run out of your time to do it, then you got to pay more money so you can get back into it and get more options. Fort Worth Police Chief Eddie Garcia admits that his officers were wrong after we exposed multiple Fort Worth police violating Christians' free speech rights. Remember that last week? There was 3 videos or so, at least, I think, of different police officers out there in Texas specifically that were being jerks about free speech. And one of them was even straight up threatening the lady officer, if you remember her. Looks like now they're trying to come out and appease The public.
The biggest issue I think that I have is just the conversations and the way that we were describing what is lawful, what isn't lawful. When we're right, and when we're wrong, we're wrong. And there certainly was a better way to have that communication, and we were wrong in the manner in which we communicated that. Certainly, we're going to take accountability for it. The biggest issue I think that I have.
And I was laughing. I mean, I wonder how many attorneys, contacted that department right there. Really, I wonder how many attorneys actually sought out all the people that were, that were affected. I wonder, because that was just that's a suit waiting to happen right there, big time. New data shows the cost to go to a bowling alley is becoming so unaffordable. It's out of reach for many American families. I love bowling. I haven't gone in a real long time, but I really like it whenever I do. When I lived in Los Angeles, there was a place out there. It's featured in this, Lucky Strike. It's called Lucky Strike. But it was super expensive even back then. It was years ago I lived out there. But yeah, I haven't done bowling much. When I was in the Coast Guard, I did a lot of bowling. My last unit, I was there for 4 years, got in with a little bowling group that I met through playing Magic the Gathering. Oh boy. Anyway, enough about me. Let's check this out.
For decades, bowling has been thought of as the ultimate middle-class sport. But that source of affordable fun is becoming increasingly out of reach.
Now it's so much more expensive to just show up at a bowling alley than it used to be.
In a growing number of cities, it can cost more than $150 for a family to bowl for a couple hours on a weekend. Which led me to Wichita, Kansas, where locals take their bowling seriously. The city, back in 2022, had 4 locally owned bowling centers. Then a Wall Street corporation came to town.
Lucky Strike, Lucky Strike, Lucky Strike.
The company, fueled by private equity investments, bought 3 of the 4 bowling centers from the family that had owned them for years and has controlled the majority of lanes in the city ever since. And Lucky Strike now owns more than 1 in 10 bowling centers nationwide.
To me, the whole thing just feels like a microcosm of the modern American concept of corporate entities buy everything, they take over, they push out mom and pop just like Walmart. It's like Walmart or Starbucks, but for bowling.
There are multiple private equity-backed companies that are taking over the bowling industry. This Lucky Strike is just the biggest one. They now have about 350 plus locations that they've already taken over. There's even been class actions lawsuits against them. They are raising prices via things like dynamic pricing, and I'll get more into that here below. So how much have prices actually raised? Since this private equity takeover, just since 2016, prices have doubled or more than doubled in many US locations. So here's the price per game. It went from $4 to $8 per person to now about $30+ per person. Shoe rentals went from $3 to $5 to up to $12 plus.
Dang.
League rates have also skyrocketed. The overall experience packages can now be $300+.
What the?
So this is out of reach for many American families. So what they have done is these 2 companies here are the big ones. They've just gone on a buying streak, and then they use this data-driven pricing, which is dynamic pricing, and they're reducing the traditional leagues in favor of these high-margin entertainment experiences, which are really just corporate code for we're robbing everyone blind for something that used to be way cheaper.
Ain't that the truth? We talked about that one last night also, how everything's being consolidated, just all these huge companies, many of them, you start off mom and pop, and they get a great reputation, and then it just gets destroyed by these big companies. Just a few of them, right? Man, here's a great one. Nice little doom break for us. Really loved this one. This young man is, I'd say, an expert at bird calls. You decide. Love it.
This is Bird Request Part 2. And let's get started. First we get the barn owl. Next, the ring-necked dove. Next, the American woodcock. Meep, meep, meep. And there's 2 different species of crows in the United States. The fish crow and the American crow. The fish crow is what I'm going to do first. Ah, ah, ah. Then the American crow. Ha, 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 ha. I wonder if they're going to come soon. Then, sorry, Atlantic puffin. Oh. Next, the purple martin. Whippoorwill.
Chubbs is walking around looking for the birds. I know.
And keep up the requests, guys. And also, I want to say thank you to Bird Collective for for sending that box to me.
Oh, that's sweet. Good kid. Thank you. Good child. I don't like to call them kids. Little goats. Oof. Don't like it. Strange creatures were captured in the background of this mom's FaceTime video call. This is a really cool one. I may have shown it a while back, but I see some of these as kind of modern classics now because definitely caught something. I don't feel this is set up. She's just being a mom, I think, talking to one of her kids. Looks like a child. Then that. Now it looks like it's the face is something else there. So there's that. And then, yeah, on the left side, it looks like it's, just shifting. It's different sizes or whatever. I know. Come here. The video's over. Don't gotta be so scared. All right? Okay. Grammy-nominated singer Robbie Williams. This is one that has been around for maybe a year, but it's a good one. Because also Billy Corgan talks about his experience with spending an evening with a shifter, and Robbie Williams has an encounter too.
Let me tell you this, right?
Yeah.
Take of this what you like.
Yep.
Yeah. I was in bed with a woman, and that's it. That's the end of my story. No, I was in bed with a woman, right? I'm lying on the pillow, and I'm looking at her face, right? Her face turned into what I could only describe as a reptilian.
A lizard.
My face went, oh my God. She looks at me and she says, I'm not a reptilian. Boom! Take it, make of that what you will. That's what happened.
There you go. Interesting, right? Yeah, so I'm sure if you haven't seen it, I've shared it before, but it doesn't mean you've all seen it. But you can look up that Billy Corgan slept with a reptilian. He talks about it a couple times on Howard Stern. Oh yeah, this is a really important message. You may have never heard this. Listen closely and definitely listen till the end. It's only 40 seconds, but I think it's worth it. So check this message out.
Did you know the Bible says that you're not allowed to keep or own any kind of animal as a pet? It says it right here. Wisdom of Noah, chapter 7, verse 8. For it is not permissible that a man should keep any kind of beast, no matter their origin, in his house as a companion. It says it right there, clear as day. But pause, because I just made that up. And that's the exact reason why you should be reading this daily. So you know when you're being lied to, and so that you can determine truth from falsehood. So you read this, I'm talking to you.
Good one, right? When I first watched this, right at that, I was kind of getting mad at this guy. I was like, dude, stop. And then the twist. It's a good point. LeBron James says you have to sacrifice loved ones for a long period of time if you want to be great. Oh boy, actually said
LeBron James have tried to talk about the cycles on how this power works.
You have to sacrifice loved ones. You have to sacrifice loved ones for a long period of time if you want to be great. You have to sacrifice loved ones.
Even high pro.
Wow, right? And of course they say it like it's a joke, but you decide. You decide on that one. The Walmart zombie. Yeah, this is a weird one too, man. There's, like I said, I showed it a few weeks ago. I started finding a lot of the clips. There was some on YouTube, definitely a bunch on TikTok of people cosplaying like zombies at night, during the day, little groups of them, and filming it, of course, and it was getting a lot of clicks, that whole kind of trend. But there's also some real zombie, interesting information out there. And, I believe once, the 7 years comes, the final sev, there'll be things like that, demons, zombies, if you will. All bets are off. Maybe werewolves. I don't know. But what do you think about this? Is this somebody just goofing around, or is this... Because there was a video, man, like I said, there have been a few of people actually just eating stuff out in public. Whether it was a setup or not, I don't know. But there's that one in North Carolina, a lot of people have been talking about. It was on the news, too. Some random lady was seen tearing a deer open on the side of the road and just eating it, if you guys remember that.
The video's text overlay reads, "This is the last time I go to a Walmart near Detroit," showing a man inside the store's meat section casually eating raw meat directly from a packet. He appears unfazed by his surroundings, as though what he's doing is completely normal. The bizarre scene evokes thoughts of a zombie feasting on human flesh.
So there you go. You decide. I'll see if I can find any more information on that. Sometimes when people do that stuff for clicks, they'll come out later, Says this is an old video that was filmed by a tourist in Angkor Wat, Cambodia, and appears to show a UFO arriving on Earth through a wormhole. Yeah, this is a really cool one. Cool classic here from UFO Mania. That's kind of disappearing. Look at that. That's why I said portal. Look at that. Oh man, it totally went away. I didn't realize that. Look how big it is right now. And now look at this. We really just watch it totally dissolve into nothing. What a capture. It's cool. That's a really good one. Reminds me of one I was really into. There was a couple years before I started uploading on YouTube where after I'd made the first scariest movie ever made, I was just posting other people's stuff. There's a video someone took from their backyard. I'll have to see if I can ever find it again. To me, it's a classic. Excuse me, you could tell they had a camcorder. It was a man with his children, and they filmed above, and they filmed an orb turn into this massive cloud and all this weird stuff above their house. I'm rambling. I'm just trying to imagine. All right. LA mayoral race exposed with Nithya Raman. Was she ever a real candidate or just Karen Ass's Trojan horse is the question. And this lady raises some good points. Let's see what she says, I think.
What I just found out about Nithya Raman actually concerns me. So Spencer Pratt made a post a little bit ago saying, have you noticed Nithya Raman has gone missing? She's running for mayor. She made it out of the primary election. She should be hitting the streets, running all over social media, posting day in and day out, right? Because that's what you do to win an election. Where has this woman gone? Have you seen her? Have you seen anything about her? Because even her social media accounts are almost a ghost town. So first, I'm going to read you the post that got me thinking and researching. So Spencer Pratt says, notice how Nithya Raman just completely disappeared after they blocked us out of the general election. She's not campaigning at all, like a pickpocket disappearing into the crowd. Just a ghost. I told you her campaign was a scam, colluding with Bass from the start. I think Spencer Pratt is right. 47,000 followers is all she has. And stick with me because it gets worse. So pay attention to the dates here. 19 hours ago, she posted about the guy that got taken out by ICE. 7/4, she posted on the 4th of July. And then you go down, and it's actually kind of troubling to me because 7-3 she posts, 7-2, 6:30. I don't know about you, but I follow a lot of politicians, people running for office, and have never seen one of them go several days between their posts. Like, they are trying to get the message out. They want people to vote for them. Yet Nithya Raman has not really grown substantially on X, and she's barely posting in comparison to any other politician. After what we saw with the general election, Nithya was down by almost 10 points on election day. She surged 43,000 votes at the very last second. Coincidentally, 43,000 is the number of homeless persons inhabiting the streets of LA. Let me ask you, does that seem sus to you too? Let me know. Is Spencer right?
I think there's some pretty interesting points, right? You'd think this lady would have a huge social media presence, but if she was just kind of, the lame duck to throw out there just to cover
When
it.
the rapture of the church happens, and I do believe it's going to be soon, and sadly, if you get left behind, here's what you need to do. Grab a Bible, grab your family, and you're going to hunker down temporarily in your home. Then you're going to gather all of your resources, and hopefully you've been saving something for an emergency, water, some non-perishable food, and hopefully something to protect yourself, because you're not going to be able to trust anyone outside of you and yours. You've seen how these movies go. It's a perfect depiction of how humanity reacts when under stress or in emergency situations. It's every person for themselves. Now, next, what you're going to do, prayerfully that you're listening, is you're going to gather your family and your closest friends, people that you can actually trust. And together, you're going to sit down and you're going to read and study that book from cover to cover. Now, I also put together a list of verses, specific verses that you should study and memorize regarding the exact situation of the time that you're now in, the Great Tribulation. Now, in Revelation chapter 12, verse number 1, and there appeared a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, the moon under her feet, and upon her head a crown of 12 stars. The woman is Israel. The 12 stars are the 12 tribes of Israel. And she, being with child, travailed in birth and pained to be delivered. The one that Israel delivers is Jesus the Messiah. And notice in verse number 6, and the woman fled into the wilderness, where she has a place prepared of God, that they should feed her there 1,260 days. This is 1,260 days. 1 score is 20, 3 score is 60, 1260, 3.5 years. Now, the place in the wilderness, a literal place where God is going to protect Israel for 3.5 years, the second half of the 7 years, is going to be most likely in Petra. And that's where eventually you need to get to. And why Petra? Because it's a very unique geographical location that has wide open wilderness and then randomly a bunch of canyons surrounded by tall mountains and cliffs. And it makes it very difficult to access inside those canyons because of these mountains and cliffs. And you can hide potentially a lot or protect a lot of people inside those canyons. And keep in mind that this prophecy in Revelation 12 of Israel being protected, we're talking about true ancient Hebrew Israelites, the covenant that God is going to honor with them in Romans 11, that must only be received by way of repentance. Because remember, the abomination of desolation, 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, this is when the AC, the man of sin, will stand or sit in the rebuilt third temple, Daniel 9:27, and declare himself as God. And this man is going to be empowered by the dragon according to Revelation 13. Because what's going to happen according to scripture in Daniel chapter 9 is that the moment the AC, the man of sin, breaks the covenant, the sacrifice of sins, the atonement by the shedding of blood of bulls and goats in the rebuilt third temple, the moment these sacrifices cease is the moment that all hell breaks loose on earth. And immediately those who put him in power are going to weep and mourn, realizing that they put the wrong, quote, Messiah in this rebuilt third temple. Now, as believers, praise the Lord, we understand that this is the temple of the Holy Spirit, a temple made without hands. So for believers, it's completely irrelevant to us to look for a rebuilt third physical temple when we understand that we don't need any more sacrifices. Jesus, the Lamb of God, became the sacrifice to atone for our sins. Amen. Now, if you're watching this video in the future and you know that you missed the rapture, all the people who've been telling you all all of your life, your mom, your dad, your brother, your sister, your coworker, your friends, or a random social media guy telling you that Jesus is coming back, and you see all these things that have been talked about in the Bible unfolding right in front of you, and sadly you have missed the boat that is gone, being the Lord Jesus Christ, then why is all of this relevant to you, what I'm sharing? And that's because, my friend, unfortunately, you are going to see these things. The 7 seals, the 7 vials, and the 3 woes. Earthquakes that will shake the world like no one has ever experienced before. Volcanoes erupting everywhere. AI, robotics, and quantum computing in full effect and authority. Famine, poisoned waters, violence, and lawlessness in the streets. The Bible says that the love of many will grow cold. And even all of what I just said hardly even scratches the surface. And most importantly, what you're going to have to accept is that the offer for salvation by grace through faith alone, that's no longer available. The Bible only gives 2 options for those who go through the Great Tribulation, how they're going to make it out. Matthew 24:13, those who endure to the end will be saved. Or, unfortunately, martyrdom. So if somehow, by some miracle, you choose Jesus Christ, you come to a place of repentance, you realize that you have rejected Christ, and unfortunately, this is now the penalty, the price that you must pay. And I realize that might sound harsh, but it's the truth. You missed it. And so my prayer for you is that if you have come to this truth that Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life, now you must endure to the end during these 7 years. Get to Petra. I don't care how you have to do it. I understand that electricity and everything else will be out, and I understand they're going to be monitoring planes and flights and whatever else. I don't care how you do it. Get there. And if you cannot get there because maybe you don't have the health or the financial means, whatever the reason is, the one place you do not want to stay is in the States. I truly believe the States is Mystery Babylon, Revelation 16 through 18. So whatever you've got to do, you've got to at least exit the States and run to the mountains or run to the caves. And you're going to look out for the 144,000 and the 2 witnesses. You'll know them when you see them. Everything outside of this book that you and I have been told has been a lie. The world is rooted in deception because of the little g God of this world, who is the dragon. And finally, the most important thing that you should do to protect yourself and those you love from all the evils that are going to fall on this earth is don't get left behind. The Bible says that today is the day of salvation, for whosoever will call upon the name of the Lord will be saved. If you with true humility and repentant heart, Jesus said in Luke 13:3, unless you repent, you will all likewise perish. But God is not willing that any should perish, but that all should come to repentance. For the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life.
Thanks, Armor of Truth Ministry. I'm going to go and follow this feller on TikTok. I agree. I mean,
What did this man say? The lion and the lamb will bow down to the goat. Jesus is the lion and the lamb. So who is Jesus bowing down to? Who is the goat? Oh, hey, Pastor. I think he's trying to say that the goat is Jesus. No, who's the goat in the Bible? Oh, okay. Well, in Leviticus is like a demon, and Daniel is Alexander the Great. In the New Testament, goats are depicted as people that are rebellious against God, reject Jesus, and therefore will not enter heaven. In the Bible, you do not want to be a goat. The world twists everything in the Bible. Yo, rainbows are weaponized. Pride is somehow a good thing. Sacrifice is weakness because we live in a me-first world. If you get called a sheep, now that's an insult. And then there's the goats. Goats are independent. They are stubborn. They don't follow no shepherd. They are prone to straying. They represent rebellion against God. Now, sheep are generally docile, trusting. They stay close to the shepherd because they are dependent. Man, that's obedience to God. Mr. Franklin, what did you say? Bow down to the goat. What a sweet blasphemy. The Bible says in the book of Matthew that at the great white throne judgment, the Lord will divide the sheep from the goats. Why again am I on this side of the fence? The goats are on the wrong side of this, okay? So you want to be a sheep.
It is written that the goats will be separated from the sheep. Please don't feed them. They won't be needing it.
Oh, no. Don't? Oh, sorry. Jesus called himself a shepherd, said his followers are his sheep, and we enter into eternal life with him.
The very survival
of the sheep depends on their proximity to the shepherd. Oh, about to take a lap. I'm taking a lap here. Oh, bro, you better stay close to the shepherd. Because that's how, when sheep wander, that's when they end up on the menu.
That's so funny, Pastor. Hey, speaking of goats, MJ or LeBron?
You already...
All right. Good stuff, sir. He's having some fun with it. Well done. Well done, Pastor. Do you guys see this? Check it out. Excuse me. This is actually posted from President Trump, and I'll just read it. And this is posted on the 15th, so 3 days ago. He says, one of the biggest driving forces in the future for jobs are data centers. They're big, strong, bold, and money machines for the state in which they're built. Governor Kathy Hochul, for political reasons, has terminated all data centers being built or to be built in New York State. These companies are now being sought in Alabama, Florida, Texas, Arizona, and many other states. Both the taxes and the jobs amount to liquid gold in capitals. New York State has made a terrible decision. All of this income and other benefits will be going to red states and some blue, where data centers are sought as cash cows with lower taxes and record-setting jobs. But are there record-setting jobs? Probably for the construction. And that's it, right? They must pay for their own water and power. Okay, that's good. And any leftover goes back to the state and local community. All right, I like that, I think. We'll see. Sounds good, but still. Data centers are tremendous wins, oh boy, for the states and communities that are lucky enough to get them. Man, I've seen videos that counter that argument from the people. New York should change its policy immediately. The radical left Democrats must not be allowed to cause us to lose data centers, AI, and all of this incredible new technology to China and other countries from President Trump. I think he really does. I do think he does believe that we're in an AI race, and he wants America to be first with all this stuff. Retired cop went full on Karen. It's a short one. Let's check this out. This guy, I would think, has maybe too much time on his hands.
Why would I do that?
Why would you do that?
Yes.
Because I'm asking what you're doing here.
Oh, you're the police? Okay. I'm not stopping filming. There's no chance. You look too old to be a cop.
I'm asking you.
What's your badge number?
460.
460. And you're an active York Regional Police.
I'm a retired guy, and I don't like my picture taken. And
tough shit, dude. Stay retired.
Really?
Yes, really.
Okay.
Stay retired. Don't be flashing a badge around when you're not actually a cop. That'll get you in trouble, dude. That's impersonating an officer. Yeah, it is.
I never said I was a police.
Yeah, you did. You just flashed me a police badge.
I showed you a badge. Did you read it?
What does it say?
Did you read it?
That's called impersonating the police.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It says
retired.
Yeah, so you're going to flash a badge.
I'm just asking you what you're doing.
Dude, fuck off. Get out of here.
I just asked what you're doing.
Yeah, you came here flashing a badge, trying to pretend to be a cop, which you're not.
No, you know.
You're not a cop.
You're looking for an argument?
Dude,
I'm
fuck
sorry
off.
You're having
You
a bad
came
day.
here to me, flashed a badge, and said stop taking pictures.
Just so I could ask, because I'm interested.
I'm not. That's why I don't stop.
It's none of your business,
Okay,
sir.
I'm fine with that.
I don't think you can run around flashing that badge trying to tell people to do stuff.
Would you like to phone them and ask?
You go right the fuck ahead. I don't have any issue with you phoning the police to see if they'll give you shit for that.
If you want to phone and see.
That's your car. I'm gonna get your license plate number. That's for fucking sure. What a guy.
Yeah, right? I'm gonna stick my nose in your business here. I got nothing else going on.
And you say I'm looking for confrontation when you came over here, told me to stop filming.
No, sorry.
You told me to stop filming and you flashed a badge.
Can we start over?
Sure.
I'm Barry.
Oh my gosh. I'd be like, no, man, please just get lost. You've done enough. We get it. Trump praises, quote, cash cow data centers as his neighbors reject project. And I just read that from him. Dozens of protests against AI data centers set for this weekend. What to know? And that's in my home state. Their lawmakers expressed concerns over the data centers will raise electric bills. Good. Good, my people. Stand up. You know I'd be there if I didn't have a show. Wah, wah, wah. Andy Serkis just defended the all-white cast of the new Lord of the Rings movie. Just what a sad statement that we're at this point. I saw an old clip of a TV show from way, way back, and I remember some of it just as a little one. But it was called Hee Haw. And it was just all country western, hillbilly humor, and funny, goofy little stage stunts and acts and all that stuff. And then some really talented musicians and singers. The clip came out, and it was so sweet. It was like so sweet. And they were even singing a gospel song and mentioning Jesus. I was like, whoa, dude, I didn't realize that. Hee haw. But of course, I was just thinking, man, there is no way they would ever be able to make that now. They'd have to make it like, the Marxists would have to write the script and make it, a comedy of errors and they're all dimwits, something like that. You know what I mean? But anyway, it was very sweet. It was very nice. It's not, not my kind of music and stuff, but whatever, it's like everyone was really sweet. All white though, they were all white. I think that's the big reason. I was like, there's just no way, they wouldn't do it. They couldn't do it. Anyway, so now, Andy Serkis, he's making a new Lord of the Rings movie called The Hunt for Golem. And he's having to go online and defend the all-white cast. I guess he's getting a lot of heat online on social media. How dare he? CERN shuts down, but people want it turned back on. What?
Hey, y'all, I'm noticing something strange here, and maybe y'all could help me figure out what's going on, man, because people are asking questions right now. Because first what happens is CERN shuts down. People are saying CERN is affecting realities, it's changing timelines, it's making things weird and out of whack. Okay, cool, so it shuts down. And then days later, a permanent daylight change happens worldwide? Are y'all picking up what I'm putting down here? The machines that connects timeline, distorts reality, alters times and everything like that just shuts down. And now the way that we keep time suddenly changes permanently. And what's even crazier is people are saying something feels off, something feels different, that they need to turn CERN back on.
I think we need to turn CERN back on because this timeline is not it. And then who told them that it was a good idea to turn it back on in 2030, the year when everything crazy and wild is supposed to go down? And I'm confused at how people are just now on the timeline where Chick-fil-A is spelled C-H-I-C-K. I guess they were on the timeline where it was still C-H-I-C, which I remember it being now, but that was a very long time ago, and now they're saying that it's just now changed for them.
They turned off the Large Hadron Collider at CERN, and now I see things out the corner of my eyes. I'm not crazy because I commented this somewhere else, and everybody, numbers on the comment. Are you seeing things out the corner of your eyes? How many of us are doing this or feeling this?
So let me ask you a question. Has your Wi-Fi been acting really weird lately, or you just haven't had it at all? Have you been experiencing body pain, more specifically shoulder and back? Have you also been feeling like time is moving extremely quickly, yet everything during that time doesn't feel real? When I see thousands and thousands of people all talking about similar experiences and symptoms around the entire world, it kind of strikes a red flag in me and I need to look into it. So I need to know, since CERN shut down yesterday and leading up to that, have you been experiencing any of that? Because I will tell you this, I've experienced all four.
Ever since CERN shut down the Large Hadron Collider on the 29th of June, a lot of people have been experiencing the same things. Like for some of us, the ringing in our ear, it went away. For some of us, we started seeing things like out the corner of our eye in the peripheral, seeing shadows. Sometimes you'd see a flashing light, like a light blue flashing light. But a lot of us are sick. I've been sick since the fucking 30th, and I cannot shake this shit. I don't know what it is. This cough, it will not go away. And let's not even talk about the upset stomach, the gas. I've been gassy as hell since the 30th.
I'm a conspiracy person, but let me tell you something. Since CERN shut down and people are making these videos saying what they are feeling, experiencing, things like that, listen, I was reading comments and I saw where there were tons of people saying that they are seeing like shadows out of their peripheral vision. I have been seeing that since the week of the also seeing lightning bugs and dragonflies. otherwise. So
People are saying the birds are not chirping at night no more. The days are longer. They're waking up earlier. They can smell the rain. They have an insane headache, and they're just feeling out of whack. Some people are saying that they feel more tired or more drowsy than ever before.
Yo, I got a question. So I know we've been hearing about this CERN machine being turned off and how everybody's supposed to be feeling better, right? But me, right, I went through the BS. The last 17 years, my life has been terrible, right? So I guess you can attribute that to CERN. But even after they turned it off, I've actually gotten worse. Has anybody else gotten worse since they turned the machine off?
No.
Like, I'm having heart palpitations and freaking feel like I'm having a heart attack all the time. Like my body anxiety is crazy. Like, am I the only one?
So after seeing all of that, y'all tell me what is really the concern with CERN? Because I'm looking at the comments and people are saying some of the same thing that they've been feeling since, 2020. I'm not saying there's nothing strange going on, but I think people are experiencing different timelines, different.
Man, I had to, and I'm not even kidding about this, but that was a really weird comment. It really made me think about it when that lady said, I'm seeing fireflies, I'm seeing dragonflies. I was like, dude, in the last week, today, I went out early this morning to pick up things before the show and just do some errands. Man, today, as I was driving, 2 massive fireflies, they were really big, but they were, I guess they mate like while they're flying, I guess, right? I'm guessing that's what it was, but they're both connected, if you will. And they were so big that just, my imagination, I'll be like, that'd be so cool if that was a fairy. I could just see a real fairy because it was flying right in front of my windshield. And even as I was driving, it was going along with me for quite a while, maybe a mile, just sitting there kind of flying back and forth right in front of my windshield. And it's like, okay, I see you guys. And then about a week ago, I just went outside a few times for whatever. I don't even think I left the door open for long. But somehow a firefly got in here. I saw it lighting up in one of the corners. It's like, whoa, okay, cool. Anyway, that's my experience. I don't know if it means anything. I just thought it was real random that she threw that out there. I was like, okay, is that supposed to mean something? I don't know. But anyway, that's my experience. Biden, and see, I never would have even told you all that story. It's like, there's no reason otherwise. I was like, whoa, dude, what? Oh yeah, in case you guys are wondering whatever happened to that thing that they call Biden, he mumbles through an embarrassing teaser trailer for his new memoir.
Well, I thought Joe Biden had disappeared, but he's still hanging around, Danica.
He's still mumbling, fumbling and stumbling, unfortunately. And guess what? He's written a memoir, would you believe? It's called Promise Me America. And gee, what a teaser. This is going to make you want to go out and buy it.
Since I left the presidency, I've had a lot of people ask me, Joe, what have you been doing? I've written a book about my time as president. It's called Promise Me America. It's coming out in November. It's about why I chose to run for re-election and why I chose to step aside.
Yeah, I can't understand what he said, and I don't think that he understood either. Was this written by Jill Biden? Is she stage left over there instructing him, say this, Joe, well done. You answered every single question. Now that it's published.
But see, I really think it was all meant to be a mockery anyway. I mean, I think most of y'all probably got that too because the many different Bidens, you might say. All right, let's jump ahead a little here. Oh, they're going right into some Mamdani, so they're not going to show any more of the commercial, but that was enough. And that's why I decided to step aside. Come on, dude. Let's check out this Mamdani news.
But one place that isn't listed is the city's notorious Rikers Island jail complex, which is, of course, known for its overcrowding and violence. And yet, more than 100 inmates were rewarded with a special viewing of the World Cup semi-final between England and Argentina as a reward for good behaviour. And guess who was amongst them to prove that he's a man of the people?
Wow.
Old Zoran Mamdani. I mean, honestly, that is such a douche move.
Isn't he just the biggest? He's just
look at me. I'm like Johnny Cash.
Yeah,
you know,
Johnny
like
Cash. He's
hanging out with.
Yeah.
No.
He's just pathetic.
Like, why not do something for like law-abiding people?
Why don't you do something for the homelessness? Why don't you address the issues in your city instead of pandering?
I've got a slightly different view of this. I found it difficult to get upset that these are prisoners who have been well behaved.
Yep.
So they get this as a reward.
and the mayor going and encouraging some guys who, you know, what are trying to put their lives back together. Is that really a bad
Very
thing?
Christian of you.
Yeah, I think
If it was
too
Johnny,
good,
if it was
James.
Johnny
What a
Cash, I'd
lovely
be like, yeah, all right, that's good.
Yeah, but
it's just
Mandani?
you just know that he's just it's you can.
Oh, okay. I'll go move on. Hey, here's one. This was that Nightmare Fuel I showed you guys last week. I guess they're running it, which is cool. Snakes escape Chinese breeding farm. Look at this. Remember this footage? Imagine you just got a couple of those floaties that you put around your biceps, like your upper arms. You're just kind of floating in the river. Then boom, you know, the flood hits, and then you turn around, you're floating kind of with the flow, going with the stream. Turn around, and this is what you see.
Snakes, you don't know.
Those are snakes.
And so you've got 900 snakes that escape from the breeding farm,
Look at this.
just floating through the village in the.
You got your floaties sitting around, turn around, and you got these three guys coming right at you.
In the floodwaters. You survive the typhoon, now you got to survive 900 snakes, many of them, as I said.
That is seriously some nightmare fuel. That's some scary crap, man. Those snakes running loose. They're huge, too. This is an oldie but a goodie. It's nice to see someone reposting it up here. Long ago, there we go. They do a full screen there. Somebody actually posted a video of a it was on a live cam for Washington. And I remember going online and watching it also, and I saw the same thing. A lot of people did. A lot of people were commenting on this. They were saying it was a portal opening up above the White House.
Similar going forward, just as it's about time to debunk and speak to the things that are not as if they were, and start letting people know about the truths that are happening in these last days. All right, I love you all. I pray for you all. If you don't know the Lord, let him into your life. Let him show you that he wants to captivate your heart, your life, your circumstances. And the day is drawing near, folks. So just take heed to the word. Comment below. If you have any questions, I'd reach out to you. And I'll do what I can, Lord willing. Okay, God bless you. Have a good night. Have a good weekend. And Godspeed.
There you go. I believe that was under Biden at the time. A lot of people were talking about that one.
For entertainment purposes, if I wanted to convince you that fallen angels are real and that they've positioned themselves to be in sight, I'd start with Keanu Reeves, and here's why. First, I noticed a lot of songs in the music industry use his name, and there's a common theme surrounding those lyrics. Here's an example.
Fuck Illuminati, that boy 6 got my back. 6 make this beat, 6 bring the heat, you got on repeat. 6 got my back, 6 make this beat, 6 bring the heat, you got on repeat.
Which, by the way, this is the album cover that song is on. Next, I'd point out the comic book that he did. Not so much the fact that superheroes can be equated to the Nephilim. It was this.
You end up coming up with the storyline and everything. I mean, where do ideas come from? I know, yeah. So that's a very deep question. Where do they? Yeah. It came to me of just. But were you a character that could punch people through the chest? Yeah. And then, like, what if they were half god, half immortal? And then, what if they were alive for 80,000 years? What would you do with this idea? If you with that, and then be used, but then he's cursed with violence. He doesn't want to be violent. He doesn't want to be violent. No, but it's in his blood. He can't die, and then he doesn't know who his father is.
Saying he doesn't know who his father is was the cherry on top. Next, I'd say his response when asked about the old photos that look like him. Also on Jimmy Fallon.
Have you ever seen the website KeanuIsImmortal.com or heard about this? I've heard about it recently. Yeah. This is fans of yours. You have a lot of great fans out there, and what they do is they find old paintings and old pictures from like the 1500s of dudes that look like you. So they think that you've been on the earth since you've just been around. There's just different generations. I just wanted to show you. We're all stardust, baby. I know.
Not only does that answer denounce God, but stars symbolically represent the divine beings who rebelled against God. I'd also have to point out some of his movie titles or plots, such as The Watcher, The Devil's Advocate, Constantine, Good Fortune, Exposed, a movie containing angels and demons, The Matrix, Replicas, Johnny Mnemonic, The Day the Earth Stood Still, Dracula, There's more, but I also want to point out that Reeve means overseer, and the Anunnaki are often equated to the Nephilim. Crowned.
Good stuff, sir. Very interesting. Yeah, we've seen little bits like that on Keanu before.
It goes deeper.
Oh,
So
here's
for
part 2.
entertainment purposes,
Haven't
Keanu
seen
Reeves
this
is a
yet.
fallen angel, part 2.
But ask the gods for a weapon because they're being like damned if they were alive for 80,000 years.
Keanu Reeves also stars in a video game, Cyberpunk 2077, as Johnny Silverhand, which contains satanic symbolism and imagery all throughout it. And for those who ask why he's aged, he really hasn't. For Hollywood has shown us for years what they can do, and it only continues to get better. Worth noting, Hollywood comes from the Druids who used Hollywood to craft wands believed to control animals.
If I feel that there's something and I just start saying, Jesus loves me.
It goes deeper, so for entertainment purposes, Keanu Reeves.
I had never seen all that extra stuff, so good coverage there, whoever you are. What? Sir, I'm in the middle of a show. Wesley Ford, the man who was fired from Chili's for refusing to use made-up pronouns, spoke with us after he went viral for standing up to, quote, woke gender ideology, unquote. Let's check it out.
Hey y'all, my name is Wesley Ford. I'm from Louisiana. I got fired from Chili's in Denham Springs on Saturday, July 11th for not calling my coworker by her chosen name and choosing to use her government name instead. And they ended up terminating immediately for that. I posted the video of my termination on social media on Saturday, and on Monday, Libs of TikTok picked it up and shared it across their platforms. And the moment that happened, everything changed. I mean, I got just, I don't even have a word to explain it. The amount of messages and support I got like that, it just started pouring in all of a sudden. It let me know that as a society, people are just tired of this. You know, I'm a normal guy from small town USA, and I'm nothing special. And all I did was go to work and choose my freedom and my rights. And it has sparked so much. And it just lets me know that Americans are sick of this. And this is not a Republican or Democrat thing. I mean, I've been getting messages from all across the political spectrum of far left Democrats to ultra right Republicans to people all over in the middle. And they all are in agreement with this. People are just tired of this being forced upon them. And that's what it boils down to. I'm a individual liberty kind of person, and I believe that everybody should be able to do what they want, but you don't get to force me to participate in it. And that's just, it's just as simple as that. This has flipped my whole life upside down. I'm out here on my dad's farm, just kind of helping out around here, decompressing a little bit out in the country. But yeah, it's, I am so grateful for Libs of TikTok for sharing my post and bringing attention to this, because it's very obvious that attention needed to be brought to this. And I hope these companies, you know, I hope they see what's going on, and I hope that they wake up and see that we're not rolling over and taking this anymore. So,
all right, well done, sir. I like that. You can tell he's just a humble, regular dude. And just, like you said, they're tired of complying, I suppose. Standing up. It's nice to hear that there's people all over the political divide, too, you know. It says, remember the crazy airplane lady? They didn't want you to see this. Let's watch a little bit of this, an old update. Another, truly an internet classic at this point. The whole shift that happened with her, no pun intended. But, you know, she just had nothing to say after all this, but look at how real it was. For her, it seems.
I'm telling you, I'm getting the off, and there's a reason why I'm getting the off, and everyone can either believe it or they cannot believe it. I don't give two but I am telling you right now, that mother back there is not real. And you can sit on this plane and you can die with them or not. I'm not going to.
Do you remember this lady? I'm sure you do. She became one of the internet's biggest memes overnight. But what if you never got the full story? What if this rabbit hole is far darker than anyone realized?
Let that flight leave. Do not let that flight leave. Being dead serious. Do not let that flight leave.
You ready? Let's go. Come on.
You heard me say like, do not let that flight leave. That flight's not going to make it to Orlando.
Let's go.
It's not going to.
As you can see, she wasn't just arguing with some random guy. She seemed genuinely concerned for people on that flight. Then she disappeared for weeks until suddenly she reappeared on TMZ and refused to explain what really happened.
What exactly you saw? Because you know, you alluded to what you saw, but like we just want to know, like, you know, what did you see?
I mean, thanks for asking that, but I have been told that I cannot comment on it right now.
I see.
This is the first time people noticed something strange. She was wearing the same clothes, the same earrings, but many viewers couldn't shake the feeling that something about her seemed different.
When I saw it, I was like, that doesn't look like her. We didn't know who she was for the first couple of weeks. Like, they couldn't even find a name. She started a new Twitter account when she posted this video. The first person she followed was TMZ. So people started doing like some AI face detection. There's this guy that does it online professionally, and he says if you get a score 0.6 or below, it is the same person. He put videos that were on the plane, videos that were outside the plane of the real Tiffany.
And it's not her.
1.2. Guy's like, I was not expecting this. He's like, this makes me really interested.
And then things got even stranger. After TMZ, she appeared on Fox News. This time, her story had changed completely.
What did you see?
I did not see anything.
You didn't see anything?
No, I wish I did. It would have been a way better story.
You didn't see anything, then what were you saying that mother effer isn't real?
Yeah, the language. I've been working on that. It was talking to a specific person that I had an altercation with. It was just a figure of speech. Not a good one, you know, but when you're worked up and you're spiraling out of control, you're not really like thinking your words clearly through.
Oh, trust me, I know exactly.
And it didn't stop there. Over the years, her version of events has continued to change. Each interview raised even more questions than answers.
Get me off this plane.
I had taken a pain pill at like 5 a.m. that morning, and this is the first time I've ever told anybody this. Went to PT and everything, came home. Like, I really thought it'd probably be out of my system. I was gonna drink a couple glasses of wine, get on the plane and pass out. I thought I was super relaxed. Nope. We just kind of got into an altercation, but like it wasn't enough to like storm off a plane. It wasn't enough to make a scene. It was making sense in my head because I was in an altercation. I was like, this dude's not being real.
Something about this whole story just doesn't add up. That's why people are still asking, was it all an elaborate media stunt? Or did that woman become a victim of the very thing she had witnessed?
Good one, right? That's interesting. We hadn't seen her story in a while, but after hers, we started getting some really big kind of events. So the Miami Mall incident and the Las Vegas backyard alien incident. Dollywood started their new drink system where you buy a soda and have to scan a QR code to get the drink. So even at Dollywood, we've seen some interesting things on Dolly. But now Dollywood's bringing in that fifth age digital enslavement system. Does that sound right? I guess it makes sense.
I have met the final boss of capitalism. This is like final boss. I'm at Dollywood. I got something to drink. The cup has a QR code on it, and you must scan the QR code to activate the lever on the drink. So you scan. I'm sorry, you're on a timer.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. Thank you. Oh my goodness, sorry, you go ahead. Your QR code activates the drink to dispense. That is crazy to me.
In this video, she tries to show you how the QR system works at Dollywood, and this is being implemented at a lot of places, a lot of theme parks, a lot of fast food restaurants, but she doesn't really get a chance to show you because the guy right here, you see, he was waiting here. He couldn't fill up his thing with ice or get any kind of drink because he didn't have a QR code because he just has a metal container. So he was actually waiting for somebody to come and scan their code so that he could get ice and fill with their drink. That's why hers cuts off here, and then he's able to fill even though he never scanned his code, and she's not able to get her drink. So that's actually what happened here. That's why she's not able to show you how the system works. But I did post another video from Dollywood where somebody shows exactly how this system works. So I'll be able to show you here. And here's the video, and I'll play it for you.
Test it out and see how it works. So this is just a standard fountain drink. It's not a refillable cup. You can see if I come up to the fountain and do that, it does nothing. Instead, I have to scan. Let's see. Well, there it goes, finally. You have 16 seconds, so then you can get ice, if you want ice, and get your drink. And what you can also see there is it shows how much you've used and your remaining balance. So it's a few minutes later and I need a bit of a refill. Let's see how that works. So I'm gonna scan my cup again. And I still have time to get something. Okay, it cut off now. And it said, well, you couldn't see it, but it said remaining balance 0. So you only get so many ounces in your cup. In total, it probably equaled about 1.5 of these.
So we used to be a high trust society. We used to be trusted enough to go use a soda machine, but that's just not the case anymore. A lot of people spoiled it for us, and I think we all know what happened.
All right, there we go. Thanks, Dolly. Darn. Have any of you ever been to Dollywood? What was your experience? Fans of this is kind of cringe, at least for me. I don't know. Excuse me. Fans of Apostle Catherine Crick from 5F Church in Los Angeles react as they meet her and receive her new book, Ignite Revival. And what do you think about these reactions? You decide.
The anointing is placed in your life so powerfully.
I ministered in Texas more than any state in America. I think by far, because of the hunger.
May the fire come increasing now. In Jesus' name. Let everything from the past be gone. All autoimmune diseases be refined from peace. And your mighty totally filled now. Amen.
Oof, I don't know. What do you think? I know it's tough to watch for for me. This is really interesting. Randall Wallace, who's the Braveheart screenwriter, says Mel Gibson warned him about collaborating on the Resurrection of the Christ movie, and this is really interesting. Mel Gibson, what a cool character. Cool brother in Christ. All right, check it out.
We were having dinner while we were promoting Hacksaw Ridge, and I said, look, you know, the story that you really need to tell is the resurrection. And there was this long pause, and he said something profoundly beautiful. He said, if we do this, it can't be for the money, and it can't be to get back at people that that have hated us or wronged us or been unhappy with us.
Yeah.
And said, amen to that. And then he said, Satan's going to come after you. And I said, Satan doesn't really care about Baptists. It's really good when Satan can get a Catholic, but
Yeah, Baptists.
we're a dime a dozen. And of course, I was being facetious, and we had this great conversation about grace. That we in Catholicism, you have the duties of the rituals, that these are important. It's not to say I don't believe it. It would be accurate to say that Catholics believe that the given ritual itself is the thing that does that has the efficacy, but
It's a vehicle of grace. The sacrament is a vehicle of grace.
A vehicle of grace. And now Protestants are without the formalities of it, but we believe in the same grace. Mm-hmm. And that God loves us while we don't deserve it. We can't come to deserve it. We do our best to live in the honoring of the love that God gave us before we deserved it. And we never will deserve it.
Good stuff. Interesting. Love it. What a writer, too. He's written with him on a few things. Some classic movies out there. Braveheart, definitely. Patriot, awesome. They just moved to make daylight savings time permanent right after CERN shuts down. Do you think there's a connection to this?
The House just passed a bill to make daylight saving time permanent, and you won't believe the debate it sparked. Some people are celebrating because they hate changing the clocks twice a year. They don't want the government to control our sleep schedule.
Daylight savings time is just a ploy by the government to change the time so that they can just mess with your circadian rhythm. They're just like, yeah, you know what, 1 hour difference, 2 hour difference, so be it. We don't need them to sleep that much. They should sleep in a little bit more. Or maybe they should sleep less. We don't know which one we want to pick. We just want to mess with their circadian rhythm. And here in Arizona, we don't have daylight savings time. We have just our own time zone where we just do what we want. And it's funny because you look at that time change and it doesn't seem like much, but 1 hour from, 5 a.m. to 6 a.m., makes a big difference.
But other people aren't convinced. They think permanent daylight saving time could make winter mornings much darker.
But when you make it permanent and you don't switch back and forth, that means during the fall and winter, when we're in that permanent hour forward, there are many parts of the country that would see the sun rise much later in the morning. It could be as late as 8:30, 9, or even 10 o'clock in some areas, depending on where the location is relative to your time zone. The United States already tried and failed at this experiment miserably in 1974. It was supposed to be a 2-year trial, but they ended up stopping it early because once the first winter hit, people were struggling to get to work and getting their kids to school safely, as it was very dark for most of the morning in many parts of the country.
But here's the question only a few people are asking. Why now? Why mess with the time right after the CERN shutdown? Is that just another coincidence? Or is there something more going on?
So no more time changes? Are y'all hearing this? This can actually happen, so y'all pay attention, bruh. The House just voted to make daylight savings time permanent, meaning if this become law, you will not be able to change your clock twice a year no more. Now ask yourself this, why are they pushing this right now? I understand they've been talking about it for years, but what changed? I'm telling y'all, ever since CERN shut down, been going crazy.
Excuse me. How about you? Have you experienced anything different? You know, it's, of course, we have to be careful. It's easy to get into our heads if people are, you know, everyone's on a different level of understanding and a kind of a different place with the rabbit holes they've been through. And sometimes some of the clips we see on here, it's people just experiencing things, or maybe they're losing it a little bit. And we've all kind of had those moments throughout the years, I'm sure. But, you know, these people are posting it. And so, you know, keep all these things in mind, of course, right? This treasure hunter, speaking of which, this is a wild story too. This treasure hunter revealed that his friend told him this experience. I'll just let him explain.
He says, you're not going to believe this. He says, I'm going to tell you anyway. He says, I hiked up there, and you're not going to believe what I seen. I hiked up there before the light come on. He said the light came on, and 2 gray aliens walked right out of the side of the hill, about 3 foot tall. 2 gray aliens walked right out of the mountain. No door, no nothing, just walked right out of the dirt. He says the light came on, and they walked right out of the dirt, right out of the side of the hill. Stood there and looked up in the heavens for about 2 hours. And then they walked back in the hill, and the light went out. He says, it's dirt. It's hill, it's mountain. There's no nothing there. It's solid, it's ground. How they came out of there. So he says, you want to see? And I says, well, all right. I says, I'll come up to your house. What time? He says, come up to my house a little after midnight. So he says, you're not going to believe this.
Oh, okay. Start over. We got it. Cool story, bro. Really, though, that is an interesting one. It's a good thing they didn't mess with him. Or did they? And he just forgot. Says, I'm done with Coca-Cola. They make it so obvious. Check out what this guy found.
I don't think I want to buy Coca-Cola anymore, and here's why. Pay attention closely. Coke has these kiosks where you can personalize messages on your can. Well, look, he types in some messages to experiment here. Allah loves. No problem there. He's able to type that in. Buddha loves you. No problem. He's able to type that in. But watch when he types this one in. He can't even type the full name. When he gets to the last S, this pops up. But it gets worse. Look. Satan loves you. No problem. But one more time, he types in Jesus. That's the world we live in, trying to get you to hate Jesus. If I could define Satan in one word, it would be pathetic.
Yeah, I like that. That's a good one for him. I can come up with so many. I'm sure you guys could too. You're driving down a back road when you spot an old friend and have to pull over for a quick chat. I don't know if this is a doom break or not. I can't remember. I think it might be. Yeah, I think it is. All right, check it out.
See if we can get Pretty Lady to come in.
Oh, no, it's not a doom. Well, it is a doom break, but it's not a comedy thing. It's kind of beautiful. Check this out.
Pretty Lady! Pretty Lady! Come here! Come on! Pretty lady! Come here. There you go. Come here. I knew you was around here somewhere. What are you doing, girl? You ready for the storm to come? You're looking beautiful today. You look beautiful. I've been missing you. I know it. About to get some rain. Where are those babies at? You still watching them, or did you let them go? Are they driving you crazy? I believe it. I'm glad you showed up. I was getting worried about you for a minute. We got some storms rolling in. There's your mate. You can hear the mate in the background. I don't see him, but I do hear him. What's he talking about? All right, well, I hope you have a good rest of your day. I will.
This is Slash from Guns N' Roses. And I guess this has millions of views, but he got turned away. Check this out.
Dude, you can't do that to Slash, dude. Are you serious?
What?
They just made Slash go around. What the f?
That's Slash?
Yes! Slash, go get him! Are you being serious? Do you know who you just did that to? Just kidding. That was Slash from Guns N' Roses.
But this leads to the red carpet and Slash will probably go on there.
No! Dude, that was Slash from Guns N' Roses.
Did you guys recognize him or you just...
Did you not know who that was?
I want to get a video sent it to my dad. Don't get in trouble.
Different worlds now.
You know what? They did that to Paul McCartney at a club here a few years ago. That's crazy.
I can see Paul McCartney not get recognized because he's old and, you know,
oh my God. I cannot believe they just did that.
There you go. It's pretty crazy. But again, the whole celebrity thing, all that stuff's really collapsing, and influencers in so many ways are taking over. CERN went offline. Oh, so since CERN went offline, these, quote, remote viewers describe what begins in July 2026. So it's still a little time left. All right, let's see what these guys are into. It's up to you to believe it or not. I don't know with a lot of the stuff with remote viewing. I keep an open mind, try to discern these things. But still, it's interesting to hear what they'll say sometimes.
Edward's going to love my Council of Wizards. I sat down to remote viewers. I'm going, this is supposed to be monthly events. Why the heck am I seeing this? All right, here we go. The first thing I saw was a Council of Wizards. They create and set in motion the reset. They summon, they design, they put things in motion, a gathering, intoning magic words, heavy magic spells, intensity about to set things in motion, very heavy energy power, but delicate links that need care. That was...
Star loose for now.
I didn't know what to make of that. And then I tried to look at that a little deeper, and this came to me. The Large Hadron Collider, CERN, goes offline. This is somehow related to timelines of the reset, the switchover. It affects the timelines for the new civilization. CERN shut down like a disturbance in the force, and it comes back with high luminosity. Oh, I don't know what to make of that. I'm waiting to see that corroborated on the news. We have a news event like CBS. This just in, it's been revealed that there is a Council of Wizards that has been meeting to unleash hell on earth using black magic.
Oh, I don't know that's going to make the news,
put a picture of these guys and that'll be my corroboration. And that's one of the weirdest things I've ever seen in monthly.
Well, there's definitely, you can look it up, but remote viewers have been connected with some of the three-letter agencies and a lot of that work. So, yeah. There was a whole thing with Hitler, and this is from a long time ago, Hitler, and he was really into all that. He was into the occult, and he was into seances and spirits. And they'd said he had a whole room which had a wall map of the whole world. And on this map, it showed that the Nazis, his flags were on everything, that they had conquered the entire world. And he had a large group, like a dozen of these remote viewers and people with whatever kind of abilities that they had found or believed, sit there all day long, I don't know how many hours, but for long periods of time, just focusing on that map and of the Nazis conquering the world. It's pretty interesting, right? Ray Kurzweil told Tony Robbins this, some of that transhuman talk.
They have these new robots for Neuralink,
and it'll put it in less time than it has for LASIK surgery. Now, he goes, that's brutal. He said, that's technology is the beginning of it, and people use that for medical purposes. But he said, you won't need that. He said, in 2031, 2032, nanotechnology will be advanced enough that by 2035, it'll be common to link your brain to the AI internally. The nanobots will do it. So what does that mean? It means if I said to you, did you see 2001: A Space Odyssey, or whatever movie it was, right? And when I ask you that, you might remember the poster, you might remember the actor or the actress or something like that. That's how you remember things. You go, yeah, I remember seeing that, right? Well, he said, now when you ask the question in your mind, you'll get the answer again, but you won't know if it's your organic brain that gave it to you or the AI brain that gave it to you. And he said, you won't care because it'll have a longer memory, it won't go away, and you'll have access. I said, man, that sounds a little creepy. And he said, to you and I, it sounds creepy. Right? I'm 66 years old, right? So he says, and he's 79. He said, but the young person, we're the only generation that will have ever been born without AI now. Every other generation will grow up with it. If they say, I can speak 10 languages, and all I gotta do is drink a few nanobots, they're gonna do it. He said, and people will do it as they get older because they don't lose their memory, and people will do it for medical purposes, and eventually it'll be a standard like anything else that occurs. And he says, that's how we keep up. We merge with the technology.
Interesting stuff. Tony Robbins. I met a guy a long time ago out in Los Angeles. He was a business guy. He was a friend
Y'all
with
want to know?
the agent I had out there, and he was really big into Tony Robbins and had actually built a really huge life for himself. He's always talking about Tony Robbins. We saw that already from her, from Ashley. It says this is not a. Oh man, this is pretty cringe. It really is. It could be an SNL skit almost, although they'd never touched this subject. So this is not a skit. This is a Democrat contender to replace Graham Plattner for the U.S. Senate. So these people are up, on the left side of the aisle, of course, but they're trying to replace him for senator. So this is one of the candidates, and this is real.
Webb, what qualifications do you have to serve in the U.S. Senate?
Oh, I ran for office several times. Didn't win, but I did run. And then I'm a songwriter, and then I write my own books. And then I suppose my transparency, I wouldn't lie to the people, and I wouldn't deceive the people like we're being deceived right now. Like, we get lied to, smoke and mirrors, like with what's going on with ICE, pretending like these victims did something wrong. Like, that's unacceptable. And I suppose the biggest thing is, like, I'm just an angry citizen now, and if I got elected, I'd be an angry senator, and I think that would probably be their worst nightmare.
Actually, Webb, what qualifications do you have?
All right, man, there you go. There you go. If that's in your state, then there's your candidates, and what are you going to do? It says, I don't see this ending well, do you? Check out what this gentleman has to say.
Did you know we're in actual real danger of losing our night skies altogether? I'm meteorologist Todd Gross, and the FCC just made the most boneheaded approval I have ever heard. They have approved Reflect Orbital Inc.'s petition to launch a satellite that's going to actually have a big space mirror attached, which will illuminate a 3-mile wide path. But they plan to launch another 50,000 of these by 2035 and rent out what they call sunshine on demand. Now, the FCC acknowledges that this would be terrible, especially for the animals, but they say it's out of their jurisdiction. That's not what they're there for. Well, then who is? We've got to get somebody in here to stop this right away, and I'm going to be vocal about it, and I hope you'll join me. Do you see any benefits to having the world lit up at night? I'm meteorologist Todd Gross. Are you in? Let me know in the comments.
We are building a constellation of satellites to reflect sunlight onto the dark side of the Earth. Each one of these little satellites is reflecting sunlight to a customer around the world. We want to make it as easy as possible for people. So you can imagine using an app and bringing sunlight over to your exact location, wherever you are, in under 30 seconds at the touch of a button. All we have to do is rotate satellites and reflect the sunlight that's passing by us in space. We saw applications from Indiana and India both complaining about the same thing. Our street lighting infrastructure is not very good. I don't feel safe walking home at night. I want some sunlight. We also heard a lot of people asking for sunlight for emergency response applications. You can imagine being in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, somebody has an emergency, they fall overboard, you have to wait a couple hours for a helicopter to show up and provide some light. Well, we can do the same thing a lot faster. All you have to do is hit a button on either a phone or a satellite connected device, and we can get you sunlight immediately. You can also use it for building things, no matter where you are. You could be at the North Pole, you could be right near a small town. You don't have to bring anything on a truck. You just hit a button and you can get some light from space. And it's not very expensive. It's a couple $1,000s an hour and that's about it. And you can use it for as long as you want. So you can imagine doing this anywhere. And for very large projects, this can be a big game changer. If you have to set up, dozens of lighting towers and drag those out, this could be a lot simpler for you. We also got a lot of people interested in using this for more critical operations. Obviously, you can imagine using this for military operations, and there's a number of applications there as well that I won't get into today. You can also use sunlight for what it's been used for about 3 billion years is powering all the plants and animals around. About 99% of life on Earth is powered by the sun. Even fossil fuels are sunlight with extra steps, right? So we can use sunlight to grow crops and get more food per acre.
Man, that's got a lot of thoughts on that. There's a lot of angles to this. On one hand, there's some of that could really be beneficial. On the other hand, it's kind of a lot. It's really adding to the grid that's already being built. But man, he's got some solid points, I think. Just saw it, so those are my first thoughts. Her husband is fired in the middle of a vacation. What the crap?
So my husband and I both worked full-time corporate jobs, and we saved up. We're in Hawaii. We're on a beautiful family vacation at a beautiful resort. And this morning, at about 9 a.m. Hawaii time, he gets a call from his boss and says, we need to get you on Teams. Now they know he's on vacation. He's supposed to be on vacation the rest of the week. This is our first full day in Hawaii. And he gets on Teams, and within minutes, it's terminated. And we're supposed to just enjoy our vacation like nothing happened. I pray I didn't just break my iWatch. I just dropped it. Anyway, he's like, it couldn't have waited till Monday. They couldn't have waited till Monday to allow him, we save all this money. We work hard in our jobs and we go enjoy it. And there's just no heart.
Man, when I first saw this, my thought is that these people clearly didn't like this guy. And it doesn't mean he's the bad guy. Maybe he was, one of the one sensitive, nice person there, surrounded by monsters and wolves. Or it could be the other way around. Maybe he was a jerk and everybody there was pretty cool and he just didn't fit in. Who knows? But that is a really nasty move, right, to do it on your vacation. That's dirty. It says it's curious that the whole world knows this except for Americans.
Been in Munich.
Let's check this out.
Germany one day, not even a day, 10 hours. And here's the thing we noticed. We have walked tonight 4 miles, 5 miles? Germany. Probably 4 or 5 miles. There, we have literally come across at thousands of people, hundreds of restaurants. Yes. It's a Wednesday night. People are just out. It's the same thing, of course, in Italy, where Jen served her mission. We have created a world in the U.S. It's antisocial. Is that what could we call it that?
Someone said it. We park our car in our garage and we go inside and we stay there.
Yeah, we have a 4-car garage, and it's really important to have one as long as we have an RV bay as well. I want you to see this. We're just walking. I didn't pick this as any specific spot. Wednesday night, 9:25 p.m. It's been like this. We ate on a patio 4 hours ago. So, question, and we'll just pose it to our friends. Have we done it wrong?
Oh, I definitely say we have.
That is cool to see. That's definitely a way a community comes together, pulls together, has each other's backs. And we do need more things like that. They have downtown, they have a arts district, and they kind of have a little, I haven't been there in a long time, but I need to go. Little thing like that, little hangout areas. It's, it's not common for my state, but I like that. It's cool to see. NBC, CBS, and ABC face mass calls to have their FCC privilege license re-examined or revoked after they refused to air President Trump's primetime bombshell address surrounding elections. Are they colluding to filter and censor the president? Well, yeah. What are they afraid of? Because most of their friends got in through shenanigans, perhaps, maybe. Good thing is X is the media now. It will all come out and the people will find out anyway. Okay. Read that wrong. This was a pretty strange one. This was a pretty strange one for sure. Looks like maybe perhaps an unwelcome visitor got this job at Walmart. You know, there's some places have a lot of that. And I don't think it's that they didn't understand. I straight up think they were just pulling on this guy, that they were just going to take his stuff. I mean, this is a really strange one. Check it out.
Thank you. Can I have my shirt, miss?
What about a shirt?
Are you going to give me my shirt? We're going to have a problem. I guess we're going to have a problem. Hey, give me my receipt, though. No, that's mine. I just paid for this. Now you're in video. No, now you're in the video. Now you're in the video. I paid. I need it. I paid. I need it. Okay, stop. Tell her to give me the shirt. Tell her to give me the shirt. Tell her to give me the shirt. We're going to get the police involved.
You know, that's why I told
We're going to get the... Tell her to give me the shirt. Look, I paid.
I know I paid.
I need the shirt. She's robbing me right now.
No.
Yes.
Could I
No,
see
he's
the
not.
video?
No, you can't.
Is he inside the video?
Yes. Give me my shirt. Give me my shirt. No, we're not stopping it. No, I paid. Give me my shirt.
You're gonna turn off.
You can trespass us. We're not turning it off. Go there. How about we call the police?
That's fine, no problem.
Yo, call them.
I will, no problem.
All right, we're staying right here.
No problem. Get off. Don't put your foot up there. That's rude. That's very rude.
That's rude. Robbing someone is rude. Yes, I do. Robbing someone is rude.
Let me just call Mom.
You know what? You're causing an issue right now.
I will cause the issue because.
So you will cause an issue?
Yes,
I'm rude. She just robbed me. Look, give me my shirt and we'll leave. Why are Walmart managers the stupidest people on earth? I'm gonna tell you exactly what's gonna happen. We're gonna get my shirt and then we're gonna leave.
Is she really in the video or not?
Yeah, she is. And she's gonna, no, you know what's interesting? If we got the shirt, she wasn't gonna be.
We're not gonna rob you, but we're gonna issue a ban from this store.
All right, I wasn't rude and disrespectful. This guy knows I was very respectful.
You're not respectful to me.
Because you're disrespectful.
How was I disrespectful?
Because you robbed me.
I robbed
All right, bro, let's walk this through. Let's walk this through. I come up to you and I take your shirt and then you be disrespectful. Yes, you are her manager. Are you not her manager? We pay for the shirt. As soon as I pay for it, she shoves that shit in her pocket. And then when I try to grab the receipt, she tried to hide the receipt from me. But this is the receipt right here. I paid $6.78 for it. And I want my shirt. Thank you. I appreciate you. Head to the car. We're not deleting it.
We're not deleting it. No. It's a good one to get out there. That's total nonsense. That's crazy, right? Imagine if it was somebody else that didn't have maybe as strong a will as that guy did. Just getting run over, you know? From James O'Keefe, just got back from D.C. where he testified about voter fraudulent activity.
Hello, everyone. James O'Keefe here. Just got back from D.C., just listened to the president's address, and going through these declassified documents, my team is pouring through them. What stands out are over 250,000 citizens illegally registered to vote in just the 4 states which public data files have been reviewed. This is what I testified about. Illegal felonies. The DOJ indicted the people that we caught in California. More to come. Also, this document, this is declassified right now on the website online. Today, the government task force announces the first disclosure of U.S. Intel community records that were declassified last week. The declassification reveals that voter registration rolls from 18 states have been compromised by China. Voter registration compromised by China. Additional Intel records reveal that more than 200 voter records were also compromised by People's Republic of China without state-specific affiliations. We're going through all these documents. We're also going to go back in the field and capture the actual video examples of this, which they say does not happen. It's very dangerous, but we're going to go back out in the field in the states and capture this. We're working on that right now. This is also very interesting. China has extensive plans to use social media to sway public opinion. This document right here, themes covered a broad range of topics to exploit what China perceived as U.S. vulnerabilities, including racial tensions, disagreements, women's rights. So things that you see in the media influenced by China. We're not influenced by anyone. We operate without fear or favor at OMG. Nobody tells us what to do and what not to do, and some of these declassified documents are just funny. This one, every single thing is blacked out. The only thing you see is analysis on U.S. voter registration from 18 states. Everything's blacked out, and that reminds me of the probable cause in the FBI raid.
right, there we go. We know he's had his problems with some of the agencies, but we'll see how that all turns out. If anything happens, when somebody actually gets prosecuted and has to go away, that I'll definitely wake up a little more to all that. This black police officer just said what most are too afraid to say out loud is the title.
You know, one of the saddest things about my job is being despised by the very community that needs my help. Being hated and looked down upon by the very people who prey on each other. The very people who I risk my life protecting and arresting, those are the people that look down on me. And you know it's treasonous to speak out this way and be my complexion, because we're not allowed to tell the truth about what's truly going on within a certain segment of the black community. And again, it's not all. No, it's not all. But for some reason, that small percentage do a lot of damage to our image. And I didn't mean to rhyme, but shit, that sound good. Needless to say, I could be standing online in a store, grabbing a drink, and I see children and I smile at them. Meanwhile, their parents are staring at me with such disdain, like I'm the scum of the earth. And in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, you're looking at me like I'm the enemy. But when you go home, you're going to need me during that domestic dispute. You're going to need me when one of those YNs jiggle on your door handle and take your purse out of your vehicle. You're going to need me then. But right now, you can't stand me because the media has done a great job at making me and others like me the enemy.
All right, well stated, sir. Good to hear that. Good to get it out there. All right, what would you do in this situation? The title is Little Dinosaur Bird Goes Full Jurassic Attack Mode on Motorcyclist. This is a crazy video. I love these wild nature videos, but yeah, look at this little bird. He's pretty crazy looking, or she. I'm not sure. I don't know what they identify as, but pay attention to this because it's a lot of fun.
Olha ele de novo. Oh, calma. Só peço que deixe eu seguir minha viagem, rapaz. Eita. Olha, vai pra lá. Rapaz, mas é igual o ioiô, ó. Bate lá e bate de volta. Ai, filho. Calma.
Bird's letting him know he's boss.
Cai e volta de novo, ó. Você tá doido. Vai longe agora. Aqui lascou, chegou na porteira aqui. Aquele. Já chega na. Não. Vai pra lá. Sai. Vai pra lá, rapaz. Tá ficando doido, moço. Aí, o motoqueiro. Hoje ele tá virado no samurai, tá?
That thing's not scared.
Porque ele sobe na cacunda da gente.
It's not scared at
Não
all.
sai fácil, não. Aí, agora vai embora, né?
Little fighter. They'll become best
Estamos longe de
friends.
casa aqui, ó.
By now
Quase
they
1
probably
quilômetro.
are.
Aí vem só. Igual aqueles cachorros.
Yep. He'll wait till next time. That bird will be back. Hopefully we get some video of it. Relentless. Mother of a student in North Carolina says her son's senior year American flag parking spot design caused some issues. I'm just saying.
Y'all, I truly think I'm the maddest I have ever been in my life. Like, I can feel my blood boiling. So, we live in America. I live in North Carolina, which is an American state. I live in Union County, North Carolina. I pay taxes in Union County, North Carolina. And I just got a message. So they're doing the seniors can paint a parking spot. And we have to submit our design well in advance. And it has to be approved before you can do it when they get ready to start school in August. Y'all, my son is going to be a senior. I'm so mad. I just want to cry. My son is going to be a senior this year at Marvin Ridge High School. He's enlisting in the military, so he's going to be fighting for our country. We put an American flag, submitted all, I will drop the submission that we sent in the comments. An American flag, and it just says Luke class of 27, and it got denied. And the reason that it got denied is because the American flag may offend somebody at our school. Are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me? That our American flag may offend somebody at the school or a visitor to the school, so he can't put the American flag on his parking spot. Like, oh my gosh. Like, it makes me want to pull him out of school right now and just say, to heck with it, because that is BS. I'm so pissed, and I don't know what to do about it, so I'm coming here on social media to just vent for a minute, so maybe it'll make me feel better. And I don't even know where to begin, or who to begin contacting about being so mad about our American flag possibly offending somebody at my public school that's around the corner from me, in my American county, in my American state. Like, tell me what I should do, because I'm so pissed off.
I don't know, lady. It's a tough one. It's a tough one. They're coming at America from every angle, it seems. What you gonna do? Trust in Jesus first and foremost. Let the Holy Spirit guide you in these things instead of asking social media for real, you know? Here's another one. This is a very strange Mandela effect, a new one I just found this week, having to do with Joel Osteen. So now people are convinced Joel Osteen, O-S-T-E-E-N, was always Joel Olstein, which is what I thought, O-L-S-T-E-E-N. I'd mentioned, I've been on a path with the Lord since I was 11 years old. I got baptized and saved then, and have always been on a path, just on different levels. That's why I have a lot of respect and leave it open for people and don't judge them on what they know or they don't know. Because I've been there, and I went through a phase when I was working on Big Brother, of all things, that show. I was reading a lot of Joel Osteen back then. I just went through a phase with him, read a few of his books. I'd go hide out in the camera dark room behind the mirrors, the mirrors in the house and stuff, and find a little nook. Just read. Anyway, enough about me. But of course, I do think he's a major wolf and he's dangerous now. But that was years ago.
His name is Joel Osteen? No. It's always been Joel Olstein. O-L-S-T-E-E-N. Not Osteen. Friggin' timeline shifts.
Now, here's the wildest part. Thousands of people online don't believe his name is Joel Osteen. They think they know exactly when it changed. In 2017, right after Hurricane Harvey, when Joel was facing intense backlash for not opening his megachurch to people seeking shelter.
When Harvey slammed into Texas, Pastor Joel initially offered prayers, but little else, and social media pounced. His critics demanding more. Open your church as a shelter, one person wrote. Provide food and clothing, please. A fellow pastor tweeting, you have a huge obligation to show the love of Christ at this very moment. Open the doors. The church says the building was inaccessible due to severe flooding. Pictures the church posted seem to confirm that. Later, others responded with their own, less dramatic pictures from outside the venue.
Some have even shared photos of books that they say have Joel Osteen printed on the cover.
Yeah, I probably have
So
that.
what is really going on? Is this another example people point to as evidence that reality has somehow changed?
That's right. That's a good one, man. We've seen a couple interesting ones. I've never been all huge into it because some are very convincing, I believe, and I get the shifting and all that, but a lot of people threw in some nonsense throughout the years with all that as well. But man, we got some cool ones today. Gavin Newsom's California is now blocking parents from receiving the medical records of their children after they turn 12 years old unless they receive consent from that child. Wow. That's crazy, right? Giving the children power. It's like a humiliation thing. It's also, gosh, I can't remember the name of that movie. I won't get in. There's some dystopian movie where they did that. They had children kind of looking after the parents and stuff. Trump wants to revoke broadcast licenses of the networks that didn't air his speech. Saw that earlier.
My route was being able to get by anything. Like, you got to be able to invade anything and be able to familiarize yourself and be understanding of how to navigate and get past people's weaknesses or things' weaknesses. Like, you want to train how to do infiltration and exfiltration with targets, hardened targets. You're going to have to learn how to get by guard dogs, physical guard dogs, wolf kind. You know, and then you're going to have to learn how to get by stuff. They have a warlock that sits in this estate, and they do ritual magic to do all these spells and incantations. You need to know how to get through that. You get training by getting exposed to all these different variables so that you can be able to pierce through no matter what it is and eliminate somebody or plant something. It wasn't always just like assassination. That was an aspect of it, but a lot of it is counter-espionage and espionage. You're setting people up, right? Or you're trying to extract something. Like, there's this project we'll have to get into more. It's called the Jason Project, which is a secret scientific military group that's now more publicly known. It's a consulting group for the smartest people in the entire world, but they had children. And so they started this junior Jason program where they're like, we should all breed together, and have these really super high intelligent children. Well, then they could be great spies. And so that's where you get into espionage as a major tacit of this. That is, they get interlocked so heavily, and you start to figure out that the vast majority of the people behind the scenes are not just connected to these religious orders, they're connected to the government. And a lot of them are State Department employees. And this is how the United States military and government regulates and controls assets out of containment. People that are not doing what they're supposed to, that have information they shouldn't have, and they need to be eliminated, or you need to extract a piece of information from them. And so that's what really launched me into that realm. That was when I chose more of it. I want to not be in this cult side. It's not like that was respected, but it was acknowledged. And I got opportunities to do the side of it that I thought was high speed and low drag and looked way more freeing, which was the modern American soldier. I wanted that route, but you're designed to basically always be a spy, and that you're going to feed back to the family what you want. And if you're going to be put in a position, we'll open the doors for you. And that's where all of that really was birthed out of, was there in the White Mountains. And then once that decision was made, my great-grandfather was brought back to our house in Colorado. He was located there. My father signed me over to him. He got bedtime rights with me at night for a few years until he was too sick to do anything about it. And my dad got access to the trust fund. And that was when everything went from like surface level poor middle class American to like plane, new car, houses, bed and breakfasts. Like my family became wealthy. And I got thrown from freak show level werewolf Psychoville down in Arizona into the big city of Colorado Springs, which was military gods. Like military, it is the capital of the New World Order. Denver, the Front Range of Colorado, is 100% the place where the capital has been built and the infrastructure was laid. And so I got put into the military side of the projects there when I was a young teen. My route was being able to...
That's Nathan Reynolds, if you never heard of him before. He's really, really cool, interesting. Brother in Christ, as you heard from that, he's seen a lot, experienced a lot. This is going to be, if it's what I think it is. Yeah, so we got a couple to end with here with Mavi UFO alarms. So there's a couple Mavi put out, and here's a really cool one. What do you think's actually happening with this one? July 11th, Brazil. I forgot. His music's always copyright. All right. What is that? It looks like a huge orb next to a crescent moon. Unless it's a cloud cutting it off or something, but that's massive, whatever it is, from that far away. What a catch. It's huge. There you go. I'm glad when they do that for perspective to show. Look at that. That's an amazing catch. See, I wish they'd show people stuff like this on the news at night. At least get them thinking. Well, I don't know. Then again, we know that's arranged. I mean, they do have they are going to introduce the world to the aliens, so-called aliens. What a good capture. Just no idea what exactly that thing could be, but good catch. And thanks, Mavi. As always, thanks for your service. And we got another one right here. Excuse me. This one is... Oh, yeah. I had to share this because it's the old... it's the ghost lights on one hand. We've got the ghost lights really acting up. But, man, check this one out. I'm going to have to go try to find the original of this one here. Syracuse, New York, June 17th, 2026. If any of you have seen this somewhere online and know where to find this, it was just filmed June 17th, 2026 from someone's security camera. And look at this thing. What do you think this could be? Reminds me of that lady that filmed in her neighborhood something that looked like that with the light. Remember? There was just one. And it kept kind of shifting, getting taller, smaller. Looked like it was moving on its belly basically at one point. Then it looked 10 feet tall. But didn't that kind of, the way it moves, whatever it is? That's what it reminded me of. Some of y'all probably remember that. That's a classic. I think it's a new classic. The one that lady, and it said, hello, when she first walked outside and saw it across the street. That's what that reminds me of. Not saying that's what it is, but it reminds me of it. For sure. It's strange. And it's in the neighborhood again. So, all right. But now the ghost lights, they're acting up again. Denver, Colorado, July 12th. And we've been tracking these for years. Mavi's great at grabbing these, finding these videos. And I believe that's the beam. I've been saying it for a while now, because it's always on the clouds. They can do anything with it. They can just shoot a beam down, and they've been doing it, I believe, because we've been tracking it for years. So I know it's all over the world have been doing this. It's like a, slow indoctrination, I guess, to it. Kind of like the whole boiling frog motif. Excuse me. Making sure these events happen all around the world for different people. Get everyone talking about it, adding to the reality and truth of it as they want to present it, because they know they're going to play that card eventually, right? So have people have all these crazy sightings all over the world and tell their friends, All right, well, that was it. That's actually it. So let me jump over here to the chat. Hey, man, thank you all so much. Got right hovering around 1,000 people, so I genuinely appreciate your precious time. Always cool hanging out with you on a Friday and a Saturday. Just hanging out with you guys live is always a pleasure. Of course, a shout-out to y'all that watch later. And, of course, Tamara, thanks again for all your help always, being a great moderator. And thank all of you for being here, very importantly. So thanks, man. Once again, I had a live show last night, also had a new video yesterday. Please check those out if you haven't. And if you're not familiar with my show, then you might not know that at the end of every show, I want to talk a little bit about salvation. Not a preacher, pastor, priest, or prophet. I never claim anything at all like that. But I love Jesus. He gave me gifts and talents. He gave you gifts and talents. And, I've been trying to use mine for years to help, if you will, help the kingdom while I'm here. Many others do the same with their gifts and talents. You have some too if you didn't know. But please understand it's super important you accept Jesus as your personal Lord and Savior. Accept the free gift of salvation. Jesus said, most assuredly, I say to you, unless one is born again, he cannot see the kingdom of God. And there's only one other option, and it's the worst ever. And for that reason, so God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him should not perish but have everlasting life. Super important. Confess with your mouth. Believe in your heart. Ask to be saved. Just know he is the creator. He came here in the flesh, lived as Jesus, right, for 33 years. Perfect life, sinless, but then died a horrible death. Was buried. 3 days later, resurrected. ascended to heaven, coming back for his bride. So please trust him, my friend. I'm telling you, that's what all this is. It's what I've been doing for years, trying to. I'm not trying to take all the credit, but there's a lot of us spreading the word and letting people know we're living in prophetic times. It's really what's happening. And there's no real long-term future in this world, I believe, and many others do. But there's no fear also when you're in Christ. That's the thing. When you start understanding what's happening and how it's moving along, how real the words are in the Bible, man, it's like I said, and when you realize how much he really loves you, because he really does, trust him. Okay, on that note, let me say a prayer too before we go. Heavenly Father, thanks always so much for this family here, the community around the live shows, and even those who watch it later. Thanks for all this wonderful people out here who support me in whichever way they do and support the work, of course, and sharing and liking. But I pray you bless them as they bless me. So thank you so much for that. And as I was talking about earlier, I pray, you help all of us to really find out what our gifts and talents are if we don't already know, and start using them for the kingdom, and guide us in that, please, Father, in whichever way you choose. But please help. I know a lot of people need to know that, so thank you so much for that. Thanks for all you provide. Thanks for the comfort. Thanks for taking care of us. Thanks for the safety and the security and protection. So we love you, Father, and I also pray we all are found worthy to escape the things coming upon this earth. But we love you, and in Jesus' name I pray, amen. All right, guys, thanks so much. Jump over here to the chat with y'all for a moment. Throw a little background up here. This one's always fun. You almost wish you could surf on that. It looked like you could surf on that. That's really cool. Love it. Maybe someday we will. So in spirit form, I think we can do all kinds of cool things someday. I'll see you there. I'll see you there, okay? Here I am. I'm back on chat. Good to see y'all. Lukewarm, Jay Hart, Coffee, Donald, Discerna, K. Jones, Rad Roach, Chuck, Stephanie, Chris Drick, Brian Baker, Celia, Water Tiger, Tappy's here. Coulter, Chili, keeps digging. Thank you all, guys. So good to see you, man. Always a great crew here. Really appreciate it, man. You guys were truly a blessing. Tamara, you're a massive blessing. You already know that, so thank you so much for everything. So what's next? Well, Monday over on Rumble, Mean Green website, under KJOZBORNE, I'll be doing my uncensored KJ's What Happened show, so please come check that out. Or watch later, of course. We get really good views there, which is nice, because I know it's off YouTube. But it's like another one of these shows, just a little more focused, but still, more spicier stuff, I guess, in my mind. And just what I know about YouTube. So yeah, so check it out. And then, of course, this week, later on, I'll be posting up something, a new video, but also a show for Friday is the plan. And please follow on Subscribestar for everything. And thanks for those who do. Thanks again, YouTube members. Love you guys. Appreciate you. I'll let you know if I do Meow Talk. I'll have to really think about it. We'll see. I think it'd be funny, if anything. But all right, man. Otherwise, I love y'all in Christ, man. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful weekend. UFC fight tonight. Hey, in my state. It's kind of awesome. It's downtown Oklahoma City right now. So anyway, enjoy. Love you. Take care. And thanks. See you soon.